Ezra. Let's get that going. Get that plugged in.
Our guys are making good progress, chunking away.
We are about a little over a quarter away done. Almost a third. We're not quite at a third. We're getting there. We're in Ezra.
Can I get keys, Matthew? I'll start taking it. Yeah.
Let's take all this thing back.
I might leave the door.
Leave my backpack. Book of Ezra. We just were at chapter 3. On our way to Revelation. In the 7th month was come the children of Israel that were in the cities. And the children of Israel were in the cities. People gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. Then stood up Jeshua the son of Jozadak and his brethren the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and his brethren, and builded the altar of the God of Israel, the burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses the man of God. And they set the altar upon his bases, for fear was upon them because the people of those countries, and they offered burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord, even burnt offerings morning and evening. And they kept also the feast of tabernacles, that is written, and offered the daily burnt offering by number, according to the custom as the duty of every day required. And afterward offered the continual burnt offering, both the new moons and all the set feasts of the Lord that were consecrated. And every one of that willingly offered a free will offering unto the Lord. But from the first day of the 7th month began they to offer burnt offerings unto the Lord, under the foundation of the temple of the Lord. But the foundation of the temple of the Lord was not yet laid. They gave money also unto the masons and carpenters, and meat, drink, oil unto them of Sidon and them of Tyre, to bring cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea of Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus king of Persia. Now in the 2nd year of their coming unto the house of God at Jerusalem, in the 2nd month, began Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and Jeshua the son of Jozadak, and the remnant of their brethren the priests and the Levites, and all that were come out of the captivity unto Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward, to set forward the work of the house of the Lord. Then stood Joshua with his sons and his brethren, Kadmiel and his sons, and the sons of Judah, together to set forward the workmen in the house of God, the sons of Henadad, the sons of Nadab, their sons, and their brethren the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, they set the priests in their apparel with trumpets, and the Levites and the sons of Asaph with cymbals, to praise the Lord, after the ordinance of David king of Israel. And they sang together by course in the praising and giving thanks unto the Lord God, because he is good, for his mercy endures forever toward Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests, the Levites, and chief of the fathers, who were ancient men, that had not seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouted aloud with joy, so that the people could not discern the noise of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. But the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise was heard afar off. Now when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple of the Lord God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers, and said to them, Let us build with you. For ye seek your God as ye do, and we do sacrifice unto him since the days of Esarhaddon, the king of Assur, which brought us out hither. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chief priests of the fathers said unto them, You have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our God. For we ourselves together will build unto the Lord God of Israel, as King Cyrus the king of Persia hath commanded us. Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them building, and hired counselors against them, to frustrate their purpose, all the days of Cyrus king of Persia. even unto the reign of Darius king of Persia, and the reign of Ahasuerus in the beginning of his reign, wrote they unto him an accusation against the inhabitants of Jerusalem and Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes wrote Bishlam and Mithabath and Tadbeel and the rest of their companions unto Artaxerxes king of Persia. And the writing of the letter was written in the Syrian tongue and interpreted in the Syrian tongue. Rehum the chancellor and Shimshai the scribe wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes the king in this sort. Then wrote Rehum the chancellor and Shimshai the scribe and the rest of their companions, the Danites and the Apharsachites, the Tarphalites and the Apharsachites and the Adkavites and the Babylonians and the Shushites and the Davites and the Elamites and the rest of the nations whom the great and noble Asnapher brought over and set in the cities of Samaria, and the rest that are in the side of the river, and at such a time. This is the copy of the letter that was sent unto him, even unto Artaxerxes. Thy servants, the men of this side of the river, and at such a time be it known of the king of the Jews, which came up from thee to us, are come unto Jerusalem, building the rebellious and bad city, and have set up walls thereof, and have joined the foundations. Be it known unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls set up again, then they will not pay toll, custom, or tribute, and they shall endamage the revenue of the kings. Now because we have maintenance from the king's palace, and it was not meet for us to see the king's dishonor, therefore have we sent and certified the king, that search may be made in the book of the records of thy fathers. So shalt thou find in the book of the records, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful unto kings and provinces, that they moved sedition within the same old time, for which cause was the city destroyed. We certify the king that if this city be builded again and the walls thereof set up, by this means thou shalt have no portion on this side the river. Then sent the king an answer unto Rehum the chancellor, and to Shimshai the scribe, to the rest of their companions that dwell in Samaria, and unto the rest beyond the river, peace, and at such a time. The letter which he sent unto us hath been plainly read before me. And I command, and search hath been made, and it hath found that this city of old time hath made insurrection against kings, and that rebellion and sedition have been made therein. There have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem, which have ruled over all countries beyond the river. And toll, tribute, and custom was paid unto them. Give ye now commandment to cause these men to cease, that this city be not builded, until another commandment shall be given from me. And take heed now that ye fail not to do this. Why should damage grow to the hurt of the kings? And when the copy of Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Shimshai the scribe and their companions, they went up with haste to Jerusalem unto the Jews, and made them to cease by force and power. Then ceased the work of the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. So it ceased under the 2nd year of the reign of Darius king of Persia. Then the prophets Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo prophesied unto the Jews that were in Judah and Jerusalem the name of the God of Israel, even unto them. Then rose up Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and Jeshua the son of Jozadak, and began to build the house of God which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of God helping them. At the same time came they to Tatnai, the governor on this side the river, and Shethar-Boznai and their companions, and said thus unto them, Who hath commanded you to build this house and to make up this wall? Then said we unto them after this manner, What are the names of the men that make this building? But the eye of their God was upon the elders of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease. For the matter came to Darius. And when they returned answer by letter concerning this matter, the copy of the letter that Tatnai, the governor on this side the river, and Shethar-Boznai, and his companions the Apharsachites, which were on this side the river, sent unto Darius the king, and sent a letter unto him, wherein was written this: thus, unto Darius the king, all peace. Be it known unto the king that we sent unto the princes of Judah to the house of the great God, which is built with great stones and timber, was laid in walls this work, and goeth fast on, and prospereth in their hands. Then asked we those elders, and said unto them thus, Who commanded you to build this house, and to make up this wall? We asked their names also, to certify thee that we write the names of the men that were chief of them. And thus they returned us answer, saying, We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and build the house that was builded these many years ago, which a great king of Israel builded and set up. And after that our fathers had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house and carried the people away to Babylon. But in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same King Cyrus made a decree to build the house of God, vessels also of gold and silver of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and brought them into the temple of Babylon. Those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto one whose name was Shethbazzar, who had been made governor, and said unto him, Take these vessels, carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be builded in his place. Then came the same Shethbazzar and laid the foundation of the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. And since that time, even until now, hath it been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now therefore, if it seem good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is there at Babylon, whether it be so. And the decree was made of Cyrus the king to build the house of God at Jerusalem. And let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. Then Darius the king made a decree, and search was made in the house of the rolls where the treasures were laid up in Babylon. And there was found at Meda, in the palace that is in the province of the Medes, a roll. And therein was a record thus written. In the first year of Cyrus king, the king of Cyrus the king, the same Cyrus the king made a decree concerning the house of the God at Jerusalem, that the house be builded in the palace, the place where they offer sacrifices, and let the foundations thereof be strongly laid, and height thereof 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 80 cubits, with 3 rows of great stone, and a row of new timber. Let the expenses be given out of the king's house. And also let the gold and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took forth out of the temple, which is at Jerusalem, and brought them unto Babylon, be restored, and brought again unto the temple which is at Jerusalem, every one to his place. Place them in the house of God. Now therefore Tatnai the governor beyond the river, and Shethar-boznai your commandants, and the Apharsachites, which are beyond the river, be ye far from these. Let the work of this house of God alone, let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews build this house of God in his place. Moreover, I make a decree that ye shall do to the elders of these Jews for the building of this house of God, and that the king's goods, even of the tribute beyond the river, forthwith expenses be given unto these men, and that they be not and that they that which they have need of, both young bullocks and rams and lambs for the burnt offerings to the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, oil, according to the appointment of the priests which are at Jerusalem. Let it be given them day by day without fail, that they may offer sacrifices of sweet savors unto the Lord God of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and for his sons. Also I have made a decree that whosoever shall alter this word, let timber be pulled down from his house, and being set up, let him be hanged thereon, and let his house be made a dunghill. They're not going to mess with him, though. And God that hath caused his name to dwell there, destroy all kings and people that shall put their hand to alter and to destroy this house of God, which is at Jerusalem. I, Darius, have made a decree. Let it be done with speed. Then Tatnai, the governor on this side the river, and Shethar, Boznai, and their companions, according to that which Darius the king had sent. So they did speedily. And the elders of the Jews builded and prospered through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo. And they builded and finished it according to the commandment of God of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes king of Persia. And the house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of this house of God with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of God 100 bullocks and 200 rams and 400 lambs for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their divisions and the Levites in their courses for the service of God, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. Brother, can you get my sign? Put the sign right there. The children of Israel, which were come again out of the captivity, and all such as separated themselves unto them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land. That's the key. That's the key. To seek the Lord God of Israel to eat. And they did eat. And kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria unto them to strengthen their hands and the work of the house of God, God of Israel. Now after these things, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra, the son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Shallum, the son of Zadok, the son of Atub, the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Marioth, the son of Zeruiah, the son of Uzziah, the son of Bukai, the son of Abushai, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the chief priest. Ezra went up from Babylon, and he was a ready scribe in the law of Moses, which the Lord God of Israel had given. And the king granted him all his requests, according to the hand of the Lord his God upon him. And there went up some of the children of Israel, and of the priests, the Levites, and singers, and the porters, the Nethinims, unto Jerusalem in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. And he came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, which was in the 7th year of the king. And upon the 1st day of the 1st month began he to go up to Babylon. On the 1st day of the 5th month came he to Jerusalem, according to the good hand of his God upon him. And Ezra had prepared his heart to seek the law of the Lord and to do it, and to teach in Israel statutes and judgments. Now this is the copy of the letter that King Artaxerxes gave to Ezra the priest, the scribe, even a scribe of the words of the commandments of the Lord and his statutes to Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, unto Ezra the priest, a scribe of the law of the God of heavens, perfect peace and at such a time. I make a decree that all they of the people of Israel and his priests and his Levites in my realm, which were minded and their own free will to go up to Jerusalem, go with thee. For as much as thou art sent of the king and of his 7 counselors, to inquire concerning Judah and Jerusalem according to the law of thy God, which is in thine hand, and to carry the silver and gold which the king and his counselors have freely offered unto the God of Israel, whose habitation is in Jerusalem. And all the silver and gold that thou canst find in all the province of Babylon, with free will offering the people. And the priests offering willingly for the house of their God, which is in Jerusalem. That thou mayest buy speedily with this money bullocks, rams, lambs, and their meat offering, and their drink offering, and offer them upon the altar of the house of your God, which is in Jerusalem. And whatsoever shall seem good to thee and thy brethren to do with the rest of the silver and gold, that do after the will of your God. The vessels also that are given thee for service of the house of thy God, those deliver thou before the God of Jerusalem. And whatsoever more shall be needful for the house of thy God, which thou shalt have occasion to bestow it out of the king's treasure house. And I, even I, Artaxerxes the king, do make a decree to all the treasurers which are beyond the river, that whatsoever Ezra, the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, shall require of you, it be done speedily. And 100 talents of silver and 100 measures of wheat, to 100 baths of wine and to 100 baths of oil, and salt without prescribing how much. Whatsoever is commanded by the God of heaven, let it be diligently done for the house of the God of heaven. For why should there be wrath against the realm of the king and his sons? Also we certify that touching any of the priests, the Levites, singers, porters, Nethinims, ministers of this house of God, it shall not be lawful to impose toll, tribute, or custom. And thou, Ezra, after the wisdom of thy God that is in thine hand, set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river, all such as know the laws of thy God, and teach ye them that know them. Whosoever will not do the law of thy God and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be unto death or banishment or confiscation of goods or imprisonment. Blessed be the Lord God of our fathers, which hath put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of the Lord which is in Jerusalem, and hath extended mercy unto me before the king and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty princes. And I was strengthened as the hand of the Lord my God was upon me. And I gathered together out of the chief men to go up with me. And there are now the chief of their fathers. This is the genealogy of them that went up from Babylon to reign of Artaxerxes the king. Of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the sons of Ithamar, Daniel. Of the sons of David, Hattush. Of the sons of Shechaniah. Of the sons of Parosh, Zechariah. And with him reckoned the genealogies of the males, 150. And the sons of Pathmoab, Elaboni. And the sons of Zehuah, with him 100 males, and the sons of Shechaniah, the son of Jehaziel, and with him 300 males, and the sons also of Adin, Ebed, the son of Jotham, and with him 50 males, and the sons of Elam, Jeshua, the son of Athaliah, and with him 70 males, and the sons of Shephatiah, Zerubbabel, the son of Michael, and of 80 males, and the sons of Joab, Obadiah, the son of Jehaleel, and with them 218 males, and the sons of Shalomoth, and the son of Josipha, and with him 103 males, and the sons of Bedbai, Zechariah the son of Bedbai, and with him 28 males, and the sons of Azgad, Johanan the son of Hakner, and with him 110 males, and the last sons of Adokaim. The names of these are Eliphalet, Jehaleel, Shemaiah, and the 80 males. And the sons also of Bigvai, and Usai, Zabin, and with him 70 males. And I gathered them together to the river that runneth to Ahava. And there abode we in tents 3 days. And I viewed the people and the priests, and found there none of the sons of Levi. And the sons of Levi were for Ariel, that's my daughter, for Shemaiah, and for Elnathan, and for Jared, and for Elnathan, and for Nathan, and for Zechariah, and for Meshullam, chief men, also for Jehoram, and Elnathan,
Good,
men
thank you
of
so much. God
understanding.
bless you.
How you doing, sir? And I sent with them the commandment unto Iddo the chief, the place of Teshepha. And I told them that they should say unto Iddo and to his brethren, the Nethinims, at the place Teshepha, and should bring unto us ministers for the house of our God, and by the good hand of our God upon us. And they brought us a man of understanding of the sons of Maalah, the sons of Levi, the son of Israel, and Sherebiah with his sons and his brethren 18, and Hashbiah, and with him Jeshiah, of the sons of Merari, and his brethren and their sons 20, also of the Nethinims, When David and the princes had appointed for sacrifice of the Levites 220 Nethinims. All of them are expressed by name.
You good?
I want you to get some actual real.
No, I was able to get some when I was in the car. Okay, I'm gonna just. I'll just. You want to bring your backpack? Okay. All right, just call me. I'll be right here.
Yeah.
I'll be waiting for you.
Then I proclaimed a fast there at the river of Ava, that we might afflict ourselves before our God to seek of him a right way for us, and for our little ones, and for all our substance. For I was ashamed to require of the king a band of soldiers and horsemen to help us against the enemy in the way, because we had spoken unto the king, saying, the hand of our God is upon all them for good that seek him, but his power and his wrath is against all them that forsake him. So we fasted and besought our God for this, and he was entreated of us. Then I separated 12 of the chief of the priests, Sherebai, Hashbai, and 10 of their brethren with them, and weighed unto them the silver and the gold and the vessels, even the offering of the house of our God, which the king and his counselors and his lords and all Israel were present had offered. And I even weighed unto them their hands 650 talents of silver vessels, and 100 talents of gold, and 100 talents, and 20 basins of gold, and thousands of drams, and 2 vessels of fine copper, and precious as gold. And I said unto them, ye are holy to the Lord. The vessels are holy also, and the silver and the gold are a free will offering unto the Lord God of our fathers. Watch ye and keep them until ye weigh them before the chief of the priests and the Levites and the chief of the fathers of Israel at the Jerusalem and the chambers of the house of the Lord. So took the priests and the Levites the weight of the silver and the gold and the vessels to bring them to Jerusalem into the house of our God. And when we departed from the river of Ava on the 12th day of the first month to go into Jerusalem, the hand of our God was upon us, and he delivered us from the hand of the enemy and of such as lay in wait by the way. And we came to Jerusalem, abode there 3 days. Now on the 4th day was the silver and the gold and the vessels weighed in the house of our God by the hand of Meremoth, and the son of Uriah the priest, and with him Eleazar the son of Phinehas, and with them Josabad the son of Jerusha, and Nobiah the son of Benaiah, Levites, by number and by weight. Every one and all the weight was written at that time. Also the children of those that had been carried away, which were come out of the captivity, they offered burnt offerings unto the God of Israel, 12 bullocks for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, 12 he-goats for a sin offering. All this was a burnt offering unto the Lord. And they delivered the king's commissions unto the king's lieutenants and the governors on this side the river, and they furthered the people in the house of God. Now when these things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests, the Levites, have not separated themselves from the people of the land, doing according to their abominations, even of the Canaanites, the Hivites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken of their daughters for themselves and their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yea, the hand of the princes of the rulers have been chief in this trespass. When I heard this thing, I rent my garment and my mantle, and plucked off the hair of my head and my heart, and sat down astonished. And then were assembled unto me every one that trembled at the words of God, because the transgressions of those that had been carried away. And I sat astonished until the even sacrifice. At the even sacrifice I rose upon my heaviness, and having rent my garment and my mantle, I fell upon my knees, and spread out my hands unto the God of the Lord my God. And I said, O my God, I am ashamed and blush to lift up my face to thee, my God, for our iniquities are increased over our head, and our trespass is grown up into the heavens. Since the days of our fathers have we been in a great trespass unto this day. For our iniquities have we, our kings and our priests, been delivered into the hand of the kings of the land. The swords, to the captivity, to the spoil, and to the confusion of face, as it is this day. And now for a little space, grace hath been showed from the Lord our God, to leave us a remnant to escape, and to give us a nail in his holy place, that our God may lighten our eyes and give us a little reviving in our bondage. For we were bondmen, yet our God hath not forsaken us in our bondage, but hath extended mercy unto us in the sight of the kings of Persia, to give us a reviving, to set up the house of our God, and to repair the desolations thereof, and to give us a wall in Judah and in Jerusalem. And now, O our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken thy commandments, which thou hast commanded by the servant the prophets, saying, the land unto which we go to possess it is an unclean land, with the filthiness of the people of the lands, with their abominations, which have filled it from one end to the other. Now therefore give not your daughters unto your sons, neither take your daughters unto your sons, nor seek the peace of their wealth forever, that ye may be strong and eat the good of the land, and leave it for an inheritance to your children forever. After all that has come upon us for our evil deeds and our great trespass, seeing that thou, our God, hast punished us less than our iniquities deserve, and hast given us such deliverance as this, should we again break thy commandments? Join in the affinity with the people of those abominations? Wouldst not thou be angry with us until thou hast consumed us, so that there should be no remnant or escaping? O Lord God of Israel, thou art righteous, for we remain yet escaped. As it is this day, behold, we are before thee in our trespasses. We cannot stand before thee because of this. Now when Ezra had prayed, and when he had confessed, weeping and casting himself down before the house of God, there assembled unto him out of Israel a great congregation of men and women and children. The people wept very sore. And Shechaniah the son of Jehaleel, of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, we have trespassed against our God, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this. Now therefore let us make a covenant with our God to put away all the wives and such as are born of them, according to the counsel of my God. And those that tremble at the commandment of our God, let it be done according to the law. Arise, for this matter belongeth unto thee. We also will be with thee, and be of good courage and do it. Then arose Ezra and made the chief priests and Levites and all Israel to swear that they should do according to this word, and they swear. Then Ezra rose up before the house of God and went into the chamber of Johanan the son of Elisha. And when he came thither, he did eat no bread nor drink water. And he mourned because of the transgression of them that had carried away. And they made proclamation throughout all Judah and Jerusalem unto all the children of the captivity, that they should gather themselves together to Jerusalem. And whosoever would not come within 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and elders, all this substance should be forfeited, and himself separated from the congregation of those that had been carried away. And then all the men of Judah and Benjamin gathered themselves together unto Jerusalem within 3 days. And it was the 9th month, on the 20th day of the month, and all the people sat in the street of the house of God, trembling because of this matter, and for the great rain. And Ezra the priest stood up and said unto them, Ye have transgressed, and have taken strange wives, to increase the trespass of Israel. Now therefore make confession unto the Lord God of our fathers, to do his pleasure, and to separate yourself from the people of the land, and from the strange wives. Then all the congregation answered and said with a loud voice, As thou hast said, so we must do. The people are many, and it is time of much rain, and we are not able to stand without. Neither is this a work of 1 day or 2, for we are many and have transgressed in this thing. Let now our rulers of all the congregation stand, and let all them which have taken strange wives in our cities come and appoint times, and with them the elders of the city and the judges thereof, until the fierce wrath of our God for this matter be turned from us. Only Jonathan the son of Asahel and Jehazaniah the son of Tikva were employed about the matter. Meshullam and Shabbathiah and Levi helped. The children of the captivity did so. And as for the priests, the certain chief of the fathers, after the house of their fathers, and all of them by their names were separated and sat down on the first day of the 10th month to examine the matter. They made an end with all the men that had taken strange wives at the first day of the first month. And among the sons of the priests there were found that had taken strange wives, namely of the sons of Jeshua, the son of Josedek, and his brother Maaseiah, and Eliezer, and Jarib, and Gedaliah. And they gave their hands that they would put away their wives, and being guilty, they offered a ram of the flock for their trespass. And the sons of Emer, Hanani, and Zebediah, and the sons of Haram, Maaseiah, and Elijah, and Shemaiah, and Jaliel, and Uzziah, and the sons of Pashur, Eliana, Maaseiah, and Ishmael, and Nethaniah, and Jozabad, and Elisha, also the Levites, Jozabad, and Shimei, and Kaliah, the same as Kiltiah, and Pethathiah, Judah, and Eleazar, and the singers also, and Elisha, and of the porters, Shallum, and Telam, and Uri, moreover of Israel, of the sons of Perah, and Rami, and Jeziah, and Milchiah, and Mean, and Eleazar, and Melchiah, and Benaiah. The sons of Elam, Mattaniah, and Zechariah, and Jehaleel, and Abiah, and Jeremoth, and Eliah, and the sons of Zatu, Eliani, and Elishab, and Mattaniah, and Jeremoth, and Zabad, and Ahaziah. And the sons also of Bidba, Jethonan, and Hananiah, and Zabiah, and Athaliah, or Athlai. And the sons of Bani, Meshullam, and Maluka, and Ada, and Jeshub, and Shelah, and Ramoth, and the sons of Pahath Moab, Adnah, and Kiel, and Bina, and Maaseiah, and Mattaniah, and Bezalel, and Bezaleel, and Benaiah, and Manasseh, and the sons of Haram, Eleazar, and Ishjab, and Malchah, and Shema, and Shelman, and Benjamin, Maluk, and Saramerah, of the sons of Hashum, Mattaniah, and Mattathiah, and Zabad, and Elipheleth, and Jeremiah, and Messiah, and Shimei, and the sons of Bani, Madai, and Amram, and Eel, Benaiah, and Bediah, and Sheloah, and Benaiah, Meremoth, and Elishib, and Maatiah, and Mattaniah, and Jeshu, and Bani, and Benui, and Shimei, and Selmai, and Nathan, and Adai, and Maccabai, and Shashai, and Sherai, and Aziel, and Shalamoth, and Sheremiah, and Shalom, and Amariah, and Joseph, and of the sons of Nebo, Jeel, and Mattaniah, and Zabad, and Zabina, and Jadu, and Joel, and Baaniah, and all these had taken strange wives, and some of them had wives of whom they had children. They got rid of the strange wives. God didn't want them intermingling with the heathen. Nehemiah. The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah, and it came to pass in the month of Chislev, in the 12th year, as I was in Shushan the palace. And Hanani, one of my brethren, came, and had certain men of Judah, and I asked them concerning the Jews that had escaped, which were left in the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem. And they said unto me, the remnant that are left of the captivity there in the provinces are of great affliction and reproach. The wall of Jerusalem also is broken down, and the gates thereof are burned with fire. came to pass when I heard these words that I sat down and wept, and mourned certain days, and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven. And I said, I beseech thee, O Lord God of heaven, the great and terrible God, who keepeth covenant and mercy for them that love him and deserve his commandments. Let thine ear now be attentive, and thine eyes open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now, today and night. For the children of Israel, thy servant, confess the sins of the children of Israel, which we have sinned against thee. Both I and my father's house have sinned. We have dealt corruptly against thee, and have not kept the commandments, nor the statutes, nor the judgments which thou hast commanded thy servant Moses. Remember, I beseech thee, the word that thou hast commanded thy servant Moses, saying, if you transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But if you turn unto me, and keep my commandments and do them, though there were there of you cast out into the uttermost part of the heaven, yet will I gather them from thence, and bring them into the place that I have chosen to set my name. Now these are thy servants and thy people, whom thou hast redeemed by the great power and by thy strong hand. O Lord, I beseech thee, let now mine ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant, and let the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name and prosper, I pray thee, thy servant, this day, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man. For I was the king's cupbearer. And it came to pass in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, that wine was before him. And I took up the wine and gave it unto the king. Now I had not been before time sad in his presence. Wherefore the king said unto me, why is thy countenance sad, seeing thou art not sick? This is nothing else but sorrow of heart. Then I was very sore afraid, and said unto the king, let the king live forever. Why should not my countenance be sad, when the city, the place of my fathers' sepulchres, lieth waste, and the gates thereof are consumed with fire? Then the king said unto me, for what didst thou make request? So I prayed to the God of heaven, and said to the king, if it please the king, and if thy servant have found favor in thy sight, that thou wouldest send me to the Judah, to the city of my father's sepulchres, and I may build it. And the king said unto me, the queen also sitting by him, for how long shall thy journey be, and when wilt thou return? So it pleased the king to send me, and I sent him a time. Moreover, I said unto the king, if it please the king, let letters be given me to the governors beyond the river, that they may convey me over till I come into Judah. And the letter unto Asaph, the keeper of the king's forest, that he may give me timber to make beams for the gates of the palace, which appertain to the house, to the wall of the city, of an house that I shall enter into. And the king granted me according to the good hand of my God upon me. Then I came to the governors beyond the river, and gave them the king's letters. Now the king had sent captains of the army and horsemen with me. Then Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobiah the servant the Ammonite, heard of it, and grieved him exceedingly. There was come up men to seek the welfare of the children of Israel. So I came to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days. And I arose in the night, and some few men with me. Neither told I any man what my God had put in my heart to do. At Jerusalem, neither was there any beast with me, save the beast that I rode. And I went out by night by the gate of the valley, even before the dragon well, to the dung porch, and viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down, and the gates thereof were consumed with fire. And I went on to the gate of the fountain, and to the king's pool, for there was no place for the beast that was under me to pass. Then went I up in the night by the brook, and viewed the wall, and turned back, and entered by the gate of the valley, and so returned. And the rulers knew not whither I went or what I did, neither had I yet told it to the Jews, nor to the priests, nor to the nobles, nor to the rulers, nor to the rest that did the work. Then said I unto them, ye see the distress that we are in. How Jerusalem lies wait, and the gates thereof are burned with fire. And come, let us build up the wall of Jerusalem, that we be no more a reproach. Then I told them of the hand of my God, which was good upon me, and also the king's words that he had spoken unto me. And they said, Let us rise up and build. For they strengthened their hands for his good work. And Sanballat the Horonite, Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite, and Gershom the Arabian heard it and laughed us to scorn, and despised us, and said, What is this thing that ye do? Will you rebel against the king? And they answered, and I answered them and said unto them, The God of heaven, he will prosper us. We his servants will rise and build. But you have no portion, nor right, nor memorial in Jerusalem. Then Elisha the high priest rose up with his brethren, the priests, and they builded the sheep gate, and they sanctified it, and set up the doors thereof, even unto the tower of Neo, and they sanctified it unto the tower of Haneo. And next unto him builded the men of Jericho, and next to them builded Zaku, the son of Imran. But the fish gate did the sons of Ahashaniah build, who also laid the beams thereof, and set the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. And next unto them repaired Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Koz. And next unto them repaired Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, the son of Hezebah. And next unto them repaired Zadok, the son of Bana. And next unto them the Tokites repaired, but their noble put not their necks in the work. Moreover, the old gate repaired Jehoiada the son of Paseah, and Meshullam the son of Beesodi, and laid the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars. Next unto them repaired Melatiah, the Gibeonite, and Jadon the Meronite, and the men of Gibeon, and of Mizpah, and in the throne of the governor on this side of the river. And next unto them prepared Uzziel, the son of Haraah, goldsmith. Next unto him repaired Kenai, the son of one of the apothecaries. And they fortified Jerusalem under the broad wall. And next unto them repaired Reaphiah, the son of Hur, and the ruler of the half part of Jerusalem. And next unto them repaired Jedediah, the son of Rupha, even over against his house. And next unto him repaired Hattush, and the son of Ashbiah, and Milchijah, and the son of Herod, and Hashub, and the son of Pelthmoah, repaired the other piece, the tower of the furnaces. Next unto him repaired Shallum, the son of Holosha, the ruler of half part of Jerusalem, and his daughters. In the valley gate repaired Hanam, and the inhabitants of Zonah. They built it and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. And 1,000 cubits on the wall under the dung gate. But the dung gate repaired Melchiah, the son of Rechab, the ruler of part of Beth Acherim. He built it and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. The gate of the fountain repaired Shallum, the son of Colhozim, the ruler of the part of Mizpah. And he built it and recovered it, and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. And the wall of the pool of Siloah by the king's garden, under the stairs that go down into the city of David. After him repaired Nehemiah the son of Azbuk, and the ruler of the half part of Bethsur, and the place over against the sepulchres of David, and the pool that was made unto the house of the mighty. And after him repaired the Levites, and Rehum, the son of Bani. Next to him repaired Hashabiah, the ruler of the half part of Kaliah, in this part. After him repaired their brethren, Beviah, the son of Henadad, the ruler of the half part of Kaliah. Next to him repaired Ezer, the son of Jeshua, the ruler of Mizpah. And another piece over against the going up of the armory at the turning of the wall. After him Barak, the son of Zebaah, earnestly repaired the other piece, the turning of the wall and at the door of the house, Elishab the high priest. And after him repaired Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Koz. Another piece of the door of the house of Elishab, even at the end of the house of Elishab. And after him repaired the priests, the men of the plain. And after him repaired Benjamin and Hasub over against their house. And after him repaired Azariah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ananiah of his house. And after him repaired Baiah, the son of Henadad. Another piece from the house of Azariah under the turning of the wall, even unto the corner. And Paleel, the son of Uzziah, over against the turning of the wall and the tower which lieth out from the king's high house, and was by the court of the prison. After him Pedaiah, the son of Parosh. Moreover, the Nethinims dwelt in Ophir, under the place over against the water gate toward the east. And the tower that lieth out. And after them the Tochadites repaired another piece over against the great tower that lieth out even to the wall of Ophel. From above the horse gate repaired the priests, every one over against his house. And after them repaired Zadok, the son of Emer, over against his house. After him repaired also Shemaiah, the son of Shechaniah, keeper of the east gate. And after him repaired Hananiah, the son of Shelemiah, and Hanan, the sixth son of Zadok. Another piece. After him repaired Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, over against his chamber. And after him repaired Malchiah, the goldsmith's son, unto the place of the Nethinims, and the merchants over against the gate Mivtech, and going up to the corner. And between the going up to the corner and the sheep gate repaired the goldsmiths and merchants. But it came to pass that when Sanballat heard that we builded the wall, he was wroth, and took great indignation, and mocked the Jews, and spake before his brethren in the army of Samaria, and said, What do these feeble Jews? Will they fortify themselves? Will they sacrifice? Will they make an end in a day? Will they revive the stones and the heaps of the rubbish which are burned? Now Tobiah the Ammonite was by him, and said, Even that which they build, if a fox go up, he will even break down their stone wall. Hear, O our God, for we are despised, and turn their reproach upon their own head, and give them for a prey in the land of the captivity. And cover not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from before thee, for they have provoked thee to anger before the builders. So built we the wall, and all the wall was joined together into the half thereof, for the people had a mind to work. And it came to pass that when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Ashdodites heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up, and that the breaches again were stopped, then they were very wroth, conspired all of them together to come to fight against Jerusalem to hinder it. Nevertheless, we made our prayer to our God, and set a watch against them day and night because of it. And Judah said, The strength of the bearers of burdens is decayed, and there is much rubbish, so that we are not able to build the wall. And our adversaries said, They shall not know, neither see, till we come in the midst again among them, and slay them, and cause the work to cease. It came to pass when the Jews which dwelt by them came, they said unto us 10 times, From all the places whence you shall return unto us, they will be fortified. Therefore set I up the lower places behind the wall, and at the higher places I even set the people after their families, with their words and their spears and their bows. And I looked and rose up and said unto the nobles of the rulers of the rest of the people, Be not afraid of them, remember the Lord, which is great and terrible. Fight for your brother and your sons and your daughters and your wives. It came to pass when our enemies heard that it was known unto us, and God had brought their counsel to naught, that we returned all of us to the wall, every one into his work. It came to pass from that time forth that the half of my servants wrought in the work, the other half of them held both the spear and shield, and bows, And the habergeons and the rulers were behind all the house. You know, a Christian is a warrior and a builder. They had a tool in one. Half the people had the tools, half of them had the weapons. But a Christian is a builder and a warrior. Amen. For the builders, every one had his sword girded by his side, and so built. And he that sounded the trumpet was by me. And I said unto the nobles and to the rulers and to the rest of the people, the work is great and large, and we are separated upon the wall, one far from another. In one place thereof ye hear the sound of the trumpet, resort ye thither, and to us our God shall fight for us. So we labored in the work, and half of them held the spears from the rising of the morning until the stars appeared. Likewise at the same time said I unto the people, let every one with his servant lodge within Jerusalem, that in the night they may be a guard to us, and labor on the day. So neither I nor my brethren, nor my servants, nor the men of the guard which followed me, none of us put off our clothes, saving that every one put them off for washing. And there was a great cry of the people of their wives against their brethren, the Jews, for there were that said, we our sons and our daughters are many, therefore we take up corn for them, that we may eat and live. Some also that said we had mortgaged our lands and vineyards and houses, that we might buy corn. There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, and our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants, and some of our daughters are brought into bondage already. Neither is it in our power to redeem them, for other men have our lands and vineyards. And I was very angry. We're in Nehemiah now.
All right, keep going, brother.
We're in Nehemiah. I told you guys yesterday.
Yes.
You were in Matthew 8 and Genesis 24. Not bad, all right.
What we're doing is an annual reading church-wide, where we have we're going to go Old Testament, New Testament, and Psalm.
Yeah, that Genesis chapter 24 is about the getting of a bride for his son, and that's the picture of Christ.
What denomination are you?
I'm non-denominational, but I'm a gospel. I'm a gospel Christian. I would say I'm a gospel. And I'm fundamentalist basis.
So we're Presbyterian Church in America.
Yeah. I'm good to meet you guys.
You too. Thanks for
We'll
doing.
keep going. How long are you guys gonna be here? A few more days?
We're only here till tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna finish Revelation by Saturday. We're working our way there.
Well, I won't stand in your way, brother.
God, thank you, brother. Oh, I love this. Moreover, from the time that I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year even unto the 30th year of Artaxerxes the king, that is the 12 years, I and my brethren have not eaten the bread of the governor. The former governors that had been before me were chargeable unto the people, taking them bread, besides 40 shekels of silver, yea, and their servants bear rule over the people. But so did not I, because of the fear of God. Yea, also I continued in the work of this wall, neither brought we any land, and all my servants were gathered thither unto the work. Moreover, there were at my table 150 of the Jews, rulers, beside those that came to us from among the heathen round about us. Now that which was prepared for me daily was 1 ox and 6 choice sheep. Also fowls were prepared for me, and once in 10 days store of all sorts of wine. Yet for all this required not I the bread of the governor, because the bondage was heavy upon this people. Think upon me, O my God, for good, according to all that I have done for this people. Now it came to pass when Sanballat and Tobiah and Gershom the Arabian and the rest of our enemies heard that I had builded the wall, and there was no breach left therein, or at that time I had not set up the doors of the gates, Sanballat and Gershom sent unto me, saying, Come, let us meet together in some one of the villages of Ono. Oh no, not doing that. But they thought to do me mischief, and I sent messengers unto them, saying, I am doing a great work, so that I cannot come down. Why should the work cease, whilst I leave it and come down to you? Yet they sent unto me 4 times after this sort, and I answered them after the same manner. And I sent Sanballat his servants unto me in like manner the 5th time, with an open letter in his hand, wherein was written, It is reported among the heathen, and Gershom saith it, that thou and the Jews think to rebel, for which cause thou buildest the wall, and thou mayest be their king, according to these words. And thou hast also appointed prophets to preach of thee at Jerusalem, saying, There is a king in Judah, and now shall it be reported to the king according to these words. Come now, therefore, and let us take counsel together. Then I sent unto them, saying, There is no such thing done as thou sayest, but thou faintest them out of thine own heart, for they are made afraid, saying, Their hands shall be weakened from the work, that it be not done.
About 40 minutes.
Hey, why don't we move over next to the bathrooms where that covered shelf is?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we'll be over there. But can you follow me with the camera as I read?
Okay.
Okay.
You
So
want to
we'll
just
read.
go right now?
Yeah, and then come back for this other stuff. I'll take this. You know what I'm saying?
Here, I can even just take the battery too. Yeah, I'm gonna just take that.
Hold the camera as you want.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're gonna keep reading.
Okay. I know, we kind of have to. We gotta
We'll
get
come
this
back
done.
and get the back
Yeah,
camera.
I'll come back. I have to use the bathroom anyway, so we're gonna have to get shelter. It's gonna start raining. All right, you guys. We're just taking a temporary stop. We're having to relocate because unfortunately we're not allowed to use any sort of canopy or tent. But there's a decent location not far from here near the restroom where we can finish the call without getting soaking wet. So we're gonna do exactly that. Matthew's gonna keep reading as we get over there, and we're gonna pack up basically and relocate essentially. Probably for the rest of the time, most likely. Just because we have to, we don't really have a choice. This was a good spot though, for the time, for what it was. Just take you want to take the same? Okay. He's gonna.
The whole congregation was together 42,303 score. Besides their maidservants and their men servants, whom there were 7,337. They had 245 singing men and singing women. And their horses 736. Their mules 245. Their camels 435. 6,720 asses. Some of the chief of the fathers gave unto the work the Tirsha, gave to the treasure 1,000 drams of gold. I lost me.
This is difficult. You want?
Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna just. All right, guys.
Just stay with us.
Yeah, we're gonna just stay with us. We're gonna be relocating.
We gotta get to a place where we're not gonna get soaked.
If there's one thing the people watching this channel understand is that there's pretty much nothing that can stop us.
By the grace of God.
By the grace of God, pretty
No
much.
demons,
No,
hell.
there's really no weather, no
we're just gonna
forecast.
keep going.
There's no forecast. There's no.
We're gonna read the word.
We're just gonna keep going. You're right. We've already been stopped by the police at least 5 or 6 times.
They've already demanded ID.
Yeah, they've already. Thankfully, people have been pretty respectful. So it's really mostly the weather and the police giving us the most problems. But we're gonna keep going. Anything could change. So we have actually a pretty decent spot here where people are running and working out and walking past. So it's still very high traffic, and we get shelter. So kind of best,
Overhang right.
perfect spot actually.
I don't think we're gonna get one.
Yeah, we're not gonna get wet here. And we're right next to the bathroom. What? It'll be better than nothing. I won't say that.
It's not gonna be perfect.
Not gonna be right. And if there's traffic, there might be The other side might be good too, but we could just hear for now. Okay, guys. We're just going to set up real quick, and then we're going to continue. If you want, just start reading, man. I'll say, oh, yeah, we're good. Just keep reading. Yeah, and I'll set this up. Okay. Praise God. Matthew's going to keep reading, and I'm going to set up. Actually, this is right. Perfect. This is right here. Yeah, right there.
The Lord gave me the spot.
Praise God. I like that. I like that. Oh, no. Now your phone's doing it, Matt. It's bugging out. Saying no, it doesn't like your this. All right, I get it. Yeah, I think so. Okay, all right.
How much juice does my phone have?
You're at 94. I'm just gonna start bringing everything, and then we'll figure it out. Guys. You're good now.
And all the people gathered themselves together as one man at the street that was before the water gate. And they spake unto Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord commanded Israel. And Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could hear with understanding, upon the first day of the 7th month. And he read therein before the street, and that was before the water gate, from the morning until midday, before the men and the women, and those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the law. And Ezra the scribe stood upon the pulpit of wood, which they had made for the purpose. And beside him stood Mattaniah and Shemaiah and Hananiah and Urijah and Hilkiah and Maaseiah on his right hand and on his left hand. Read before the street that was before the water gate from the morning until midday. Said Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all they could hear with understanding, upon the first day of the 7th month. And he read therein before the street that was before the water gate, from the morning until midday, before the men and women, and those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the law. And Ezra the scribe stood upon a pulpit of wood, which they had made for the purpose, and beside him stood Mattaniah, and Shemaiah, and Hananiah, and Urijah, and Hilkiah, and Maaseiah on his right hand, and on his left hand Peadiah, and Mishaeliel, and Mahaliel, and Hashem, and Hasdiah, and Zechariah, and Meshullam. And Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people, and he was above all the people. And when he opened it, all the people stood up. And Ezra blessed the Lord, the great God, and all the people answered, Amen, Amen, with lifting up of their hands. And they bowed their heads and worshipped the Lord God with their faces to the ground. And Jeshua, and Bani, and Sherebiah, and Jamin, and Akab, and Shebaioth, and Hodijah, and Messiah, and Keltad, and Azariah, caused the people to understand the law, and the people stood in their place. So they read the book of the law of God distinctly, and gave the sense, and caused to understand the reading. And Nehemiah, which is the Tirshithite, or of Tirshith, and Ezra the priest, the scribe, and the Levites that taught the people, said unto all the people, This day is holy unto the Lord your God. Mourn not nor weep, for all the people wept when they heard the words of the law. Then he said unto them, Go your way, eat the fat, drink the sweet, send portions to those to whom nothing is prepared. For this day is holy unto our Lord. Neither be ye sorry, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. So the Levites stilled all the people, saying, Hold your peace, for the day is holy. Neither be ye grieved. And all the people went their way to eat and to drink and to send portions to make great mirth, because they had understood the words which were declared unto them. On the second day were gathered together the chief of the fathers of all the people, the priests, the Levites, and Ezra the scribe, even to understand the words of the law. And they found written the law which the Lord had commanded by Moses, that the children of Israel should dwell in booths, in the feast of the 7th month, and that they should publish and proclaim in their cities in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth unto the mount, and fetch olive branches, and pine branches, and myrtle branches, and palm branches, and branches of thick trees, to make booths, as it is written. So the people went forth, and brought them, and made themselves booths, every one upon the roof of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the street of the water gate, and in the street of the gatekeeper. And all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity made booths, and said unto the booths, for since the days of Jeshua the son of Nun, unto the day had not the children of Israel done so. And there was a very, very great gladness. Also day by day, from the first day to the last day, he read in the book of the law of God, and they kept the feast 7 days. And on the 8th day was a solemn assembly, according to the manner. And on the 24th day of the month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. And the seed of Israel separated themselves from all strangers, and stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. And they stood up in their place, and read in the book of the law of the Lord their God 1/4 part of the day, and another 4th part they confessed and worshipped the Lord their God. And they stood upon the stairs of the Levites, Jeshua and Bani and Kadmi and Shebaniah and Bunai and Sherebiah and Bani and Shaniah, and cried with a loud voice unto the Lord their God. And the Levites, Jeshua and Kadmiel and Bani and Hashbina and Sherebiah and Hagbiah and Shebaniah and Pelatiah, and stood up and blessed the Lord their God forever and ever. And blessed be thy glorious name, which is exalted above all blessing and praise. Thou, even thou, art God alone. Thou hast made heaven and the heavens of heavens, with all their hosts, the earth, and all things that are therein, the seas and all that is therein. And thou preservest them all. The host of heaven worshipeth thee. Thou art the Lord God, who just chose Abram, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gave him the name Abraham. Found his heart faithful before thee, and madest a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, and the Girgashites. To give it, I say, to his seed, as performed thy words, for thou art righteous, and didst see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heardest their cry by the Red Sea, and showest signs and wonders upon Pharaoh and all his servants, and all the people of this land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them, so didst thou get thee a name in this day. And thou didst divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land. And their persecutors that thou threwest into the deeps, as a stone into the mighty waters. Moreover, thou lendest them into the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, and to give them light in the way wherein they should go. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws, and good statutes and commandments. And madest known unto them the holy Sabbath, and commandest them precepts and statutes and laws, by the hand of Moses thy servant, and gavest them bread from heaven for their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock for their thirst, and promised to them that they should go in to possess the land which thou hast sworn to give. But they and their fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks, and hearkened not to the commandments, and refused to obey, neither were mindful of thy wonders that thou didst among them, but hardened their necks, and in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage. But thou art a God ready to pardon, gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, forsakest them not. Yea, when they had made a molten calf, and said, This is thy God that brought thee out of Egypt, and wrought great provocations, yet thou in thy manifold mercies forsakest them not in the wilderness. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day, to lead them in the way, neither the pillar of fire by night, to show them light in the way wherein they should go. And thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them, and withholdest not thy manna from their mouth, and gavest them water for their thirst. Yea, 40 years didst thou sustain them in the wilderness, so that they lacked nothing. Their clothes waxed not old, and their feet swelled not. Moreover, thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and didst divide unto them corners, so they possessed the land of Sihon, the land of Heshbon, the land of Og, king of Bashan. The children also multiplied thou as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them into the land concerning which thou hast promised to their fathers, that they should go to possess it. So the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduest before them the inhabitants of the land and the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands, with their kings and the people of the land, and they might do with them as they would. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed the houses full of all goods, and wells digged, and vineyards, and olive yards, and fruit trees in abundance. And so they did eat, and were filled, and became fat, and delighted themselves in the great goodness. Nevertheless, they were disobedient, and rebelled against thee, and cast thy law behind their back, and slew thy prophets, and testified against them to turn them to thee, and they brought great provocations. And therefore thou deliverest them into the hand of their enemies, and who vexed them in the time of their trouble. And when they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies. But after that they had rest, they did evil again before thee. Therefore leftest thou them in the hand of their enemies, so that they had the dominion over them. Yet when they had returned and cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and many times didst thou deliver them according to your mercy. Brother, we need another cord.
USB cord?
Yeah, USB-C.
I don't know if this is
No, it's not a good one.
It's not a good one? Okay.
We'll have to get it back here. We need our own anyway.
Okay. I'll go there.
That's right. Now therefore, God, the great and mighty and terrible God, who keepeth covenant and mercy, let not all the trouble seem little before thee, that has come upon us and our kings, and our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and all thy people since the time of the kings of Assyria unto this day. Howbeit thou art just in all that is brought upon us, for thou hast done right, but we have done wickedly. Neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto the commandments of thy testimonies. Neither didst thou testify against them, for they have not served thee in their kingdom and in their great goodness. And thou gavest them in the large and fat land, which thou gavest before them. Neither turned they from their wicked works. Behold, we are servants this day for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers to eat the fruit thereof, and the good thereof. Behold, we are servants in it, and it yieldeth much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us, because of our sins. Also they have dominion over our bodies and over our cattle at their pleasure. We are in great distress. And because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it, and our princes, Levites, and priests seal it. Now those that sealed were Nehemiah, Tirshiah, the son of Hekliah, and Zadok, and Shurus, and Azar, and Jeremiah, and Pashur, and Amra, and Melchi, and Hattish, Lebuth, and Lula, and Haram, Meah, and Obadiah, and Daniel, and Ginath, and Barak, and Musham, and Aba, and Majim, and Maish, and Bilgal, and Shammah. These were the priests. And the Levites, both Jeshua, the son of Azan, and Benai, the sons of Henad, and Kadmiel. And these were Shebiah, and Haglath, and Kita, and Pita, and Hanan, and Micah, and Rohab, and Hashab, and Zayach, and Shebiah, and Koga, and Bana, and Benai, the chief of the people, Parash, and Pael, Moab, and Elam, and Zatu, and Bana, and Buna, and Azag, and Beda, and Adonijah, and Bigva, and Aden, and Adar, and Hazek, and Azor, and Hoglak, and Hashem, and Abizai, and Hareph, and Anath, and Beth, and Nebai, and Macfish, and Meshullam, and Hezer, and Mashabel, and Zadok, and Jadu, and Pelatiah, and Hannah, and Anna, and Hosha, and Hananiah, and Hashub, and Holach, and Pelta, and Sorba. and Rehub, and Hashub, and Massa, and Hedru, and Hena, and Ana, and Malak, and Huram, and Baana, and the rest of the people, the priests and the Levites, and the porters and singers, the Nethinims, and all that had separated themselves from the people of the land, under the law of God, their wives, and their sons, and their daughters, every one having knowledge and having understanding. They clave to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into the curse, and into an oath, to walk in God's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of God, and to observe all the commandments of the Lord, and our Lord, and his judgments and his statutes, that we would not give our daughters unto the people of the land, or take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring ware of victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we should not buy it, and them on the Sabbath and on the holy day, that we would leave at the Sabbath year an exaction of every debt. Also we had ordinances for us to charge ourselves yearly with the third part of a shekel for the service of the house of our God, for the showbread, and for the continual meat offering, and for the continual burnt offering, and the Sabbaths and the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offerings, to make an atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our God. And we cast the lots among the priests, the Levites, and the people for the wood offering, to bring it unto the house of our God, and after the houses of our fathers, and at times appointed year by year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law, and to bring the first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of our fruit of all the years, year by year, unto the house of the Lord. Also the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, of the firstlings of the herds, and our flocks, to bring in the house of our God, and to the priests, and to minister in the house of our God, that we should bring the first fruits of our dough and of our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, and wine and oil, unto the priests, to the chambers of the house of our God, the tithes of our ground, unto the Levites. The same Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our tillage. And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be for the Levites, when the Levites take tithes. And the Levites shall bring up with the tithes unto the house of our God, to the chambers and to the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall bring of the offering of the corn, of the new wine and oil, unto the chambers, where are the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests that minister, and to the porters and singers, that we will not forsake the house of our God. And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem. The rest of the people also cast lots to bring 110 to dwell in Jerusalem, the holy city, and 9 parts to dwell in the other cities. And the people blessed all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell at Jerusalem. Now these are the chief of the province that dwelt at Jerusalem, but in the cities of Judah dwelt every one in his possession of their cities, to wit Israel, the priests and the Levites and the Nethinims and the children of Solomon's servants. And in Jerusalem dwelt certain of the children of Judah, the children of Benjamin, the children of Judah, the children of Athab, the children of Uzzah, the children of Zechariah, the son of Amma, the son of Shaphat, the son of Mahaliel, the children of Perez, of Maasah, the son of Baruch, the son of Kozah, the son of Hazah, the son of Ada, the son of Jorib, the son of Zechariah, the son of Sholai, the son of Perez, that dwelt in Jerusalem, were 468 valiant men. These are the sons of Benjamin: Shalu, the son of Malsham, the son of Joed, the son of Padai, the son of Kolat, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithel, the son of Jerushai, and after him Gabai and Salai, 928. And Joel, the son of Zichri, was their overseer. And Judah, the son of Sinab, was the second over the city of the priests. And Jedediah, the son of Jorab, and Jachim, and Sariah, the son of Hilkiah, and the son of Milsham, the son of Zadok, the son of Zerai, the son of Atub, the ruler of the house of God. And their brethren that did the work of the house were 822. And Ada, the son of Jerub, the son of Kalai, the son of Amzai, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashur, the son of Melchiah, and his brethren, chief of the fathers, 242. And Amasa, the son of Azariel, the son of Asaph, the son of Meshalma, the son of Ur. And the brethren, mighty men of valor, 120 and 8. son of one of the great men. Also of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Hazzo. We got to get out of the rain, brothers and sisters. We got to get out of the rain. Rain's coming. Got to get out of the rain. Now these are the priests and the Levites that went up to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joah, and Shariah, and Jeremiah, and Azariah, and Amiah, and Malchah, and Hattush, and Zechariah, and Rehum, and Meremoth, and Iddo, and Gethub, and Abab, and Maamim, and Madiah, and Bilgah, and Shemaiah, and Jerub, and Jebiah, and Shalu, and Amok, and Hilkiah, and Jadah. These were the chief of the priests of their brethren in the days of Jeshua. Moreover, the Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Kadmi, Sherebiah, Judah, Mattaniah, which was over the thanksgiving, he and his brethren. Also Bechiah and Unai and their brethren were over against them in the watches. And Jeshua begat Jochen, and Jochen also begat Elishib, and Elishib begat Joiada, and Joiada begat Jonathan, and Jonathan begat Jada. Now the days of Joachim were priests, chief of the fathers, Shariah, and Moriah, and Jeremiah, and Hananiah, and of Ezra, Meshullam, and Amon, and Joanan, and Maliku, and Jonathan, and Shebaniah, and Joseph, and Haram, and Adnah, and Meremoth, and Hilkiah, and of Iddo, and Zechariah, and Ginnethon, and Meshullam, and Abijah, and Zechariah, and Minnam, and Moabiah, and Pelatiah, and Biggath, and Shamu, and Shemaiah, and Jonathan, and Jerobiah, and Mattaniah, and Jedediah, and Uzai, and Shalai, and Kalai, and Amor, and Eber, and Halak, and Hashbiah, and Jedediah, and Nethaneel, and the Levites in the days of Elishib, Joiada, and Jonan, and Jude, and Joiada were recorded chief of the fathers, also the priests of the reign of Darius the Persian. And the sons of Levi, chief of the fathers, were written in the book of the Chronicles, even until the days of Jonan and the son of Elishib, the chief of the Levites, Hashbiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua, the son of Kadmiel, and their brethren over against them to praise and to give thanks, according to the commandment of David the man of God, ward over against ward. Mattaniah, and Bakbuk, and Obadiah, and Meshullam, and Talmon, and Akub, and the porters keeping the ward of the thresholds of the gates. These are the days of Joachim, the son of Jeshua, the son of Jazdok, in the days of Nehemiah, the governor of Ezra, the priest, the scribe. And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all places to bring them to Jerusalem to keep the dedication with gladness, both with thanksgiving and singing, with cymbals and psalteries and harps. And the sons of the singers gathered themselves together, both out of the plain country round about Jerusalem, and from the villages of Netophi, also from the house of Gilgal, out of the fields of Geba, and Asmapheth. For the singers had builded them villages round about Jerusalem. And the priests and the Levites purified themselves, and purified the people and the gates and the wall. Then I brought up the princes of the Judah upon the wall, and appointed 2 great companies of them. They gave thanks, whereof one went on the right hand of the wall toward the dung gate, and after them went Hoshea and half the princes of Judah, and Azariah, Ezra, and Meshullam, and Judah, and Benjamin, and Shemaiah, and Judah, and Jeremiah, and certain of the princes, sons with trumpets, namely Zechariah, the son of Jonathan, the son of Shimei, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Milkiah, the son of Zachar, the son of Asaph, and his brethren Shemaiah, and Azriel, and Meliah, and Geliah, and Mai, and Nathil, and Judah, and Hananiah had the musical instruments of David the man of God, and Ezra the scribe before them. And at the fountain gate, which was over against them, they went up from the stairs of the city of David, at the going up of the wall about the house of David, even unto the water gate eastward. And the other company of them that gave thanks went over against them after them, and the half of the people upon the wall, from beyond the tower of the furnaces, even unto the broad wall, and from above the gate of Ephraim, above the old gate, and above the fish gate, the tower of Hanel, and the tower of Mia, even under the sheep gate, and they stood still in the prison gate. And so stood the two companies of them that gave thanks in the house of God, and the half of the rulers with me. And the priests Eliakim and Messiah and Meniam and Milchiah and Elodai and Zechariah and Hananiah with trumpets and Maaseiah and Shemaiah and Eleazar and Uzziah and Jonaim and Milchiah and Elam and Ezer. And the singers sang aloud with Jaazaniah their overseer. And also that day they offered great sacrifices and sacrificed for God had made for them. Rejoiced with joy, and wives also and the children rejoiced, so that the joy of Jerusalem was heard afar off. And at that time were some appointed over the chambers and the treasures, for the offering, for the first fruits, for the tithes, to gather in into the fields of the cities the portions of the law, for the priests, for the Levites, for Judah, rejoice for the priests and for the Levites that waited. And both the singers and porters that kept the ward of their God, and the ward of the purification according to the commandment of David and Solomon his son. For in the days of David and Asaph of old there were chief of the singers songs of praise and thanksgiving unto God. And all Israel in the days of Zerubbabel and the days of Nehemiah gave the portions of the singers and the portions of every day his portion. They sanctified holy things unto the Levites, and to the Levites sanctified them unto the children of Aaron. Okay, you want to do 13, brother?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Just put a couple drops in there, sister. It makes a huge difference.
Or Nehemiah
take a mental break. A little mental break.
Nehemiah 13.
13, okay. Yeah, we'll get it. I can stand too.
No, just sit.
Just sit? Okay.
Save your energy.
Okay.
Sit.
Okay. Yeah, we've been hitting.
This is a marathon.
Yeah. Praise God.
We're going to do this by the grace of God, brother. I believe it. Okay, Nehemiah 13, brother.
You guys don't think we're gonna finish it. I know some of you don't think we're gonna finish it. I know some of you watching. Some of you don't believe we're gonna finish, but we are. I know we are, by grace of God. Sister, watch out the hidden treasures. Be careful that they can get through us. Party closer to the side, sister. Party closer to the side. Okay, praise God. On that day they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written that the Ammonite and the Moabite should not come unto the congregation of God forever, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and with water, but hired Balaam against them, and he should curse them. Howbeit our God turned to the curse into a blessing. And now it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude. And before this, Eliashib, the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house of our God, was allied unto Tobiah. And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine, and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites and the singers and the porters and the offerings of the priests. But in all this time was not I in Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I unto the king. And after certain days obtained I leave of the king. And I came to Jerusalem, and understood of the evil that Eliashib did for Tobiah, in preparing him a chamber in the courts of the house of God. And if it grieved me sore, therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber. Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chamber, and thither brought I again the vessels of the house of God, with the meat offering and the frankincense. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, for the Levites and the singers that did the work were fled, every one to his field. Then I contended with the rulers, and said, Why is the house of God forsaken? And I gathered them together, and set them in their place. Then brought all Judah the tithe of the corn, and the new wine and the oil unto the treasuries. And I made the treasurers over the treasuries, Shelemiah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and the Levites, Pedaiah, and the next to them was Hanan, the son of Zachar, the son of Mattaniah, for they were counted faithful, and their office was to distribute unto their brethren. Remember me, O my God, concerning this, and wipe not out of my good deeds that I have done for the house of my God, and for the offices thereof. In those days saw I Judah. In those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and lading asses, and also wine grapes and figs and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. I testified against them in the days wherein they sold vegetables. Sister, can I ask you a huge favor?
Yeah.
Can you just go through the cooler and just clean it?
Yeah.
Like, there's like, I think there's Red Bull water in there. Just, yeah, just whatever. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, praise God, guys. There dwelt men of Tyre and also therein, which brought fish and all the manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah in Jerusalem. Then I contended with the nobles of Judah and said unto them, What evil thing is that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our God bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel, yet by profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened until after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should be no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them, and said unto them, Why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath, and I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my God, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by God, saying, Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons or for yourselves. Did not Solomon king of Israel sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our God, and marrying strange wives? And one of the sons of Joadah, the son of Eliashib, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat to the Haronites. Therefore I chased him from me. Remember them, O my God, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus cleansed I them from all strangers, and appointed the wards of the priests and the Levites, everyone in his business. And for the wood offering, and at times appointed, and the first fruits, remember me, O my God, for good. Thank you, sister. Oh, you know what, sister? Look at that. The Book of Esther. That's incredible.
Yeah, I know.
You're like Esther.
I look at Esther.
Alright, I'm gonna keep going. Actually, you know what, sister? Why don't you start us off with Esther? That's actually a perfect. That's like read just the first 2 chapters, and then you're good for a while.
Okay.
And then I'll carry the 4th. But that's like that's literally perfect timing.
Go.
Just read like 2 chapters, and then you're good. Or if you want more, but that's.
Okay.
We'll get back to the book.
Okay. Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, reigned from India even unto Ethiopia, over 170 provinces. Then those days when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace, in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a feast unto all his princes and his servants, the power of Persia and Media, the nobles and princes of provinces being before him. When he shewed the riches of his glorious kingdom and the honor of his excellent majesty many days, even in 144 days, 2 great feasts for the people. And when these days were expired, the king made a feast unto all the people that were present in Shushan the palace, both of the great and small 7 days in the court of the garden of the king's palace, were white, green, and blue hangings fastened with cords of fine linen and purple to silver rings composed of marble, and beds were of gold and silver, upon a pavement of red with gold, white, and black and marble. And they gave them drink in vessels of gold, vessels being diverse one from another, the royal wine in abundance, according to the state of the king, and the drinking was according to the law. None did compel, for so the king had appointed to all the officers of his house that they should do according to every man's pleasure. Vashti, feast for women. Also Vashti and queen made a feast for the women in the royal house which belonged to King Ahasuerus. The king commanded Vashti to parade her beauty before his subjects. On the seventh day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehuman, Harbona, Bigtha, and Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcas, the 7 chamberlains that stood in the presence of Ahasuerus the king, to bring Vashti the queen before the king with the crown royal to show the people and the princess of beauty, which she was to look on. Vashti refused to obey the king and display her beauty, but the queen Vashti refuses to come at the king's commandment by his chamberlains. Therefore, the king very wroth and his anger burned in him. The king in his wrath counsels how to punish Vashti. So the king said to the wise men, which knew the times for so was the king's manner toward all that knew law and judgment. And the next unto him was Karshena, Ether, Admatha, Tarshish, Maris, Marsena, and Amugan, the 7 princes of Persia and Media, which saw the king's face, and which sat first in the kingdom. What shall we do unto the queen Vashti according to the law, because she hath not performed the commandment of the king Ahasuerus by the 10 months? Advice the prince Memucan to keep wives in subjection. And Memucan answered before the king and the princess, Vashti the queen hath not done wrong to the king only, but also to all the princes and to all the people that are in all provinces of the king Ahasuerus. For the seed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women, so that they shall despise their husbands in their eyes when it shall be reported. The king Ahasuerus commanded Vashti the queen to be brought in before him, but she came not. Likewise to the ladies of Persia and Media say this day unto all the king's princesses which have heard of the deed of the queen, lest so there arise too much contempt and wrath. If it please the king, let there go a royal commandment from him, and let it be written among the laws of Persians and Medes that it is not altered, that Vashti come no more before King Ahasuerus, and let the king give her royal estate unto another that is better than she. And when the king's decree which he shall make shall be published throughout all his empires, for it is great, all the wives shall give to their husbands honor both to great and small. And the king decrees the princess other than all homes, and the same pleased the king and the princess, and the king did according to the word of Memucan, where he sent letters into all the king's provinces, into every province according to the writing thereof, and to every people after the language that every man should bear, written in his own house, that it should be published according to the language of every people. Chapter 2. After these things, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti, what she had done, and what was decreed against her. Those are the king's servants that ministered unto him. Let there be fair young virgins sought for the king, and let the king appoint officers of all the provinces of his kingdom, that they may gather together all the fair young virgins and to John the palace, to the house of the Lord. The woman unto the custody of Hezekiah the king's chamberlain, either the woman, and let their things for purification be given them, and let the maiden which pleased the king be queen instead of Vashti, and the thing pleased the king, and he did so. And now in the Shushan, the palace, there was a certain Jew whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jair, and son of Shimei, the son of Kish, Benjamite, who had been carried away from Jerusalem in the captivity, which had been carried away with Jeconiah, king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried away. He brought up the Hadassah, that is Esther's uncle's daughter, but she had neither father nor mother, and the maid was fair and beautiful, whom Mordecai, when her father and mother were dead, took for his own daughter. So it came to pass, when the case of men and its decree was heard, and when many maidens were gathered together unto Shushan, the palace of the custody of Hagai, that Esther was brought also unto the king's house of the custody of Hagai, keeper of the woman. Esther pleased Hagai, the keeper of women, and was given the choice place to live, and the maiden pleased him, and she obtained kindness of him, and he speedily gave her things for purification, which such things as belonged to her, and 7 maidens which were meet to be given to her out of the king's house, and preferred her and her maids unto the best place of the house of the woman, such a secret and Mordecai's anxiety for her. Esther had not had not shoot her people nor her kindred, but Mordecai had charged her that she should not shoot it. And Mordecai watched every day before the court in the woman's house to know how Esther did and what should become of her 1 year preparation. Now, when every maid's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months according to the manner of the woman, for so were the days of their purification accomplished, to wit 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with sweet odor, and with other things for the purifying of the Lord. Then said to Esther, thus came every maiden unto the king, whosoever she desired was given her to go with her out of the house of the woman unto the king's house. In the evening she went, and on the morrow she returned into the second house of the woman to the custody of Shishgaz, the king's chamberlain, which kept the Cucumbers. She came in unto the king no more, except the king delighted in her, and that she was called by name. Now when the turn of Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her for his daughter, was come to go in unto the king, she required nothing but what Haggai, the king's chamberlain, the keeper of the woman appointed, and Esther obtained favor in the sight of all them that looked upon her. So Esther was taken unto King Ahasuerus into his house in the 10th month, which is a month in the 7th year of the reign. Esther chose a queen. Oh my goodness. Yes, and the king loved Esther above all women. She obtained grace and favor in his sight more than all women, so that he set the royal crown upon her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. And wedding for Esther, that the king made a great feast unto all his princes and his servants, even Esther feast, and he made a release to the provinces and gave gifts according to the state of the king. And when the virgins were gathered together the second time, and Mordecai sat in the king's gate, Esther had not yet shewed her kindred nor her people as Mordecai had charged her. For Esther did the commandment of Mordecai, like as when she was brought up with him. Mordecai providentially saved the king's life in those days, while Mordecai sat in the king's gate. To the king's chamberlains, Bigthan and Teresh, of those which kept the door, were wroth and sought to lay hand on the king Ahasuerus. And the king was known to Mordecai, who told it unto Esther the queen. Esther certified the king thereof, and Mordecai saying, and when inquisition was made of the matter, it was found out, therefore they were both hanged on a tree, and it was written in the book of Chronicles before the king. All right.
Okay, good job.
Thank
I'm
you
ready.
so much. That was
Wait,
amazing.
but where's the
Oh, chapter 3. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's good.
finish Esther, the book of Esther. Praise God. Cool. Yeah, just give me time to. I'm just trying to get my plan that way. It just says I don't want to look like we're camping out.
Hey, why did you guys end up moving?
Remember the forecast? It said it was gonna rain.
Oh,
It was saying it was gonna rain, so I was like, and it looked like it.
Prepared?
Yeah, it looked like it for like 5 minutes, and then I just figured, oh, never mind. I'll just
okay.
bless you, bless you.
What time is it right now?
I'll tell you.
Oh, thanks.
It's 10:06. Still early.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's still early.
Thank you.
Alright, I'm gonna finish this. We got a lot to go.
Oh, yeah. I have to pick up something real quick. It's my new phone.
No, you're good. Yeah.
I will be back, but
Yeah.
I need a chart. I need to figure out where to start my phone.
No, yeah, you're good.
Thanks.
Alright, I'm gonna keep reading. I gotta keep reading. And it came to pass in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes, the king, the wine was before him. And I took up the wine and gave it unto the king. And now I had not been before time sat in his presence. Wherefore the king said unto me, why is thy countenance sad, seeing thou art not sick? This is nothing else but sorrow of the heart. Then I was very sore afraid. Said unto the king, let the king live forever. Oh wait, no, never mind. We're in Esther. What am I doing? We're way past this. I don't want to go back. do that? All right. After these things did the king Ahasuerus promote Haman the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, and advanced him, and set his seat above all the princes that were with him. And all the king's servants that were in the king's gate bowed and reverenced Haman. For the king had so commanded concerning him. Where'd it go? King's servants reverence Haman concerning him. But Mordecai bowed not, nor did him reverence. Then the king's servants which were in the king's gate said unto Mordecai, Why transgressest thou the king's commandment? Now it came to pass when they spake daily unto him, and he hearkened not unto them, that they told Haman, to see whether Mordecai's matters would stand, for he had told them that he was a Jew. And when Haman saw that Mordecai bowed not, nor did him reverence, then was Haman full of wrath. And he thought scorn to lay hands on Mordecai alone, for they had showed him the people of Mordecai. Wherefore Haman sought to destroy all the Jews that were throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus, even the people of Mordecai, in the first month, that is the first month in Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus. They cast word, that is the lot before Haman, from day to day, and from month to month, to the 12th month, that is the month of Adar. And Haman said unto King Ahasuerus, There is a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed among the people in all the provinces of thy kingdom, and their laws are diverse from all the people, neither keep they the king's laws, therefore it is not for the king's prophets to suffer them. If it please the king, let it be written that they may be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver to the hands of those that have the charge of the business to bring into the king's treasuries. And the king took his ring from the hand and gave it unto Haman the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the Jews' enemy. And the king said unto Haman, The silver is given to thee, the people also to do with them as it seemeth good to thee. They were the king's scribes called on the 13th day of the first month, and there was written according to all that Haman had commanded unto the king's lieutenants, and to the governors that were over province, and the rulers of every people of every province according to the written thereof. And to every people according to the writing thereof, and to people after their language, in the name of King Ahasuerus was it written, and sealed with the king's ring. And the letters were sent by post unto all the king's provinces, to destroy, to kill, and to cause to perish all Jews, both young and old, little children and women. And in one day, even upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar, undertake the spoil thereof for it. And the copy of the writing for a commandment to be given in every province was published unto all people, that they should be ready against that day. The post went out, being hastened by the king's commandment, and the decree was given to Shushan the palace, and the king and Haman sat down to drink. But the city, Shushan, was perplexed. When Mordecai perceived all that was done, Mordecai rent his clothes and put on sackcloth with ashes, and went out into the midst of the city, and cried with a loud and bitter cry, and came even before the king's gate, for none might enter into the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. And in every province, whatsoever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was a great mourning among the Jews, and fasting and weeping and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. So Esther's maids and her chamberlains came and told her that was the queen exceedingly grieved, and she sent raiment to clothe Mordecai and to take away his sackcloth from him. But he received it not. Then called Esther for Hathach, one of the king's chamberlains, whom he had appointed to attend upon her, and gave him a commandment to Mordecai, to know what is and why it was. So Hathach went forth to Mordecai under the street of the city, which was before the king's gate. And Mordecai told him of all that had happened unto him, and of the sum of the money that Haman had promised to pay to the king's treasuries for the Jews, to destroy them. And he gave him the copy of the writing of the decree that was given at Shushan to destroy them, to show it unto Esther, and to declare it unto her, and to charge her that she should go in unto the king, to make supplication unto him, and to make request before him and for her people, And Hatak came and told Esther the words of Mordecai. Again Esther spake unto Hatak and gave him commandment unto Mordecai. All the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces do know that whosoever, whether man or woman, shall come unto the king into the inner court, who is not called, there is one law of his to put him to death, except such to whom the king shall hold on the golden scepter, that he may live. But I have not been called to come in unto the king these 30 days. And they told Mordecai Esther's words. Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house more than all the Jews. For if thou altogether holdest thy peace at this time, then shall their enlargement and deliverance arise to the Jews from another place, but thou and thy father's house shall be destroyed. And who knoweth whether thou art come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Then Esther bade them return Mordecai this answer. Go and gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day. I also and my maidens will fast likewise. And so will I go in unto the king, which is not according to the law, and if I perish, I perish. So Mordecai went his way and did according to all that Esther had commanded him. Now it came to pass on the 3rd day that Esther put on her royal apparel and stood in the inner court of the king's house over against the king's house. And the king sat upon his royal throne in the royal house over against the gate of the house. And it was so when the king saw Esther, the queen, standing in the court, that she obtained favor in his sight. And the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther drew near and touched the top of the scepter. Then said the king unto her, What wilt thou, Queen Esther? And what is thy request? It shall be even given thee to half of the kingdom. And Esther answered, If it seem good unto the king, let the king and Haman come this day unto the banquet that I have prepared for him. Then the king said, Cause Haman to make haste, that he may do as Esther hath said. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared. And the king said unto Esther at the banquet of wine, What is thy petition? And what it should be granted thee? And what is thy request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed. Then answered Esther and said, My petition and my request is, if I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to grant my petition and to perform my request, let the king of Haman come to the banquet that I shall prepare for them. And I will do tomorrow as the king had said. Then went Haman forth the day, joyful and with a glad heart. But when Haman no doubt had come to the kingdom for such a time as this. I was just going, but then you. Okay, we found the 3rd day as Esther was set in the court case. All right, here we go. Okay. All right. And Esther answered, If it seem good unto the king, let the king and Haman come to this day and the banquet that I prepared for him. Then the king said, Cause Haman to make haste, that he may do as Esther had said. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared. And the king said unto Esther at the banquet of the wine, What is thy petition? Shall it be granted? The king and Haman come to the banquet that I shall prepare for them. And I will do tomorrow as the king had said. Then went Haman forth the day joyful and with a glad heart. But when Mayhem saw Mordecai in the king's gate, and he stood not up, nor moved for him, he was full of indignation against Mordecai. Nevertheless Haman refrained himself, and when he came home, he sent and called for his friends. And Zeresh his wife and Haman told them of the glory of his riches and the multitude of his children, and all the things wherein the king had promoted him. And now he had advanced him above the princes and the servants of the king. Haman said moreover, Yes, Esther the queen did not let no man come in with the king unto the banquet that she had prepared for myself. And tomorrow I am invited unto her also with the king. Yet all that availeth me nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's said Zeresh his wife and all the friends unto him, let a gallows be made of 50 cubits high, and tomorrow speak thou unto the king that Mordecai may be hanged. Thereon thou then go thou and merrily with the king unto the banquet. And the king pleased Haman, and he caused the gallows to be made. On that night could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the book of the records of the chronicles, and they were read before the king. And it was found written that Mordecai had told of Bigitha and Teresh, two of the king's chamberlains, the keepers of the door, who sought to lay hand on the king Ahasuerus. And the king said, what honor and dignity hath been done to Mordecai for this? Then said the king's servants that ministered unto him, there is nothing done for him. And the king said, who is in the court? Now Haman was come into our outward court of the king's house to speak unto the king to hang Mordecai on the gallows that he had prepared for him. And the king's servant said unto him, behold, Haman standeth in the court. And the king said, let him come in. So Haman came in, and the king said unto him, what shall be done unto the man whom the king delighteth to honor? Now Haman thought in his heart, to whom would the king delight to do honor more than to myself? And Haman answered the king, for the man whom the king delighteth to honor, let the royal apparel be brought, which the king used to wear, and the horse that the king rideth upon, and the crown royal which is set upon his head. And let this apparel and horse be delivered to the hand of one of the king's most noble princes, that they may array the man withal, whom the king delighteth to honor, and bring him on a horseback through the street of the city, and proclaim before him, thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delighteth to honor. Then the king said to Haman, make haste and take the apparel and the horse, and thou hast said, and even do so to Mordecai the Jew that sitteth at the king's gate. Let nothing fail of all that thou hast spoken. Then took Haman the apparel and the horse, and arrayed Mordecai, and brought him on horseback through the street of the city, and proclaimed before him, thus shall it be done unto the man whom the king delighted to honor. And Mordecai came again to the king's gate, but Haman hasted to his house, mourning and having his head covered. And Haman told Zeresh his wife and all his friends everything that had befallen him. Then said his wise men and Zeresh and his wife unto him, if Mordecai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou shalt not prevail against him, but shall surely fall before him. And while they were yet talking with him, came the king's chamberlains, and hasted to bring Haman unto the banquet that Esther had prepared. And so the king and Haman came to the banquet with Esther the queen. And the king said again unto Esther on the second day at the banquet of wine, what is thy petition, Queen Esther? And it shall be granted thee. And what is thy request? And it shall be performed, even to half the kingdom. Then Esther the queen answered and said, if I have found favor in thy sight, O king, and if it please the king, let my life be given at my petition, and my people at my request. For we are sold, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, to perish. But if we had been sold for bondmen and for bondwomen, and I held my tongue, although the enemy could not countervail the king's damage. Then the king Ahasuerus answered and said unto Esther the queen, how do you pronounce it? Ahasuerus? Okay. Then the king Ahasuerus answered and said unto Esther the queen, who is he and where is he that does presume in his heart to do so? And Esther said, the adversary and enemy, that is wicked Haman. That Haman was afraid before the king and queen, and the king arising from the banquet. Ahasuerus. Yeah, I'm trying to. It comes and goes. I get energy spikes. It's like sometimes. Of wine in his wrath went into the place garden, and Haman stood up to make request for his life to Esther the queen, for he saw that there was evil determined against him by the king. And the king returned out of the palace garden into the palace of the banquet of wine, and Haman was fallen upon the bed whereon Esther was. Then said the king, will he force the queen also before me in the king's house, or in the house? As the word went out of the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. And Arbona, one of the chamberlains, said before the king, behold also the gallows 50 cubits high, which Haman had made for Mordecai, who had spoken good for the king, standeth in the house of Haman. Then the king said, hang him thereon. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. That was the king's wrath pacified. Because you don't mess with the Jews. You do not mess with the Jews. On that day did the king Ahasuerus give the house of Haman the Jews' enemies unto Esther the queen, and Mordecai came before the king, for Esther had told what he was unto her. And the king took off his ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it unto Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman. And Esther spake yet again before the king. That's beautiful. That's amazing, by the way. That's I don't know if everybody really understands that. And Esther
Sunk into the same pit that he digged.
and exalted someone that would never would have, the least person likely. That's beautiful. And Esther spake yet again before the king, and fell down at his feet, and besought him with tears to put away the mischief of Haman the Agagite, and his device that he had devised against the Jews. Then the king held out of the golden scepter toward Esther. So Esther arose and stood before the king, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and the thing seem right before the king, and I be pleasing in his eyes, let it be written to reverse the letters devised by Haman the son of the Hammedatha, the Agagites, which he wrote to destroy the Jews which are in all the king's provinces. For how can I endure to see the evil that shall come unto my people? Or how can I endure to see the destruction of my kindred? Then the king Ahasuerus said unto Esther the queen, and to Mordecai the Jew, Behold, I have given Esther the house of Haman, and him they have hanged upon the gallows, because he laid his hand upon the Jews. Write ye also for the Jews as it liketh you in the king's name, and seal it with the king's ring. For the writing which is written in the king's name, and sealed with the king's ring, may no man reverse. There were the king's scribes called at the time in the 3rd month, that is the month of Sivan, and the 3rd and 20th day thereof. And it was written according to all that Mordecai commanded unto the Jews, and to the lieutenants, and to the deputies, and the rulers of the provinces, which are from India unto Ethiopia, 127 provinces, unto every province according to the writing thereof, and to every people after their language, and to the Jews according to their writing, and according to their language. And he wrote to King Ahasuerus, named and sealed it with the king's ring, and sent letters by post on horseback, and riders, and mules, and camels, and young dromedaries. Wherein the king granted the Jews which were in every city to gather themselves together, and to stand for their life, to destroy and to slay, and to cause to perish all the power of the people in the province that would assault them, both little ones and women, and to take the spoil of them for a prey. Upon one day in all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus, namely upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar, the copy of the writing for a commandment to be given in every province was published unto all people, and the Jews should be ready against the day to avenge themselves on their enemies. So the posts that rode upon mules and camels went out, being hastened and pressed on by king's commandment, and the decree was given at Shushan the palace. And Mordecai went out from the presence of the king in royal apparel of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold. Hallelujah. And with a garment of fine linen and purple, and the city of Shushan rejoiced and was glad. The Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor, as they should. And in every province and in every city, whatsoever the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews had a joy and gladness, a feast and a good day, and many of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them. Now in the 12th month, that is the month Adar, and the 13th day of the same, when the king's commandment and his decree drew near to be in the execution, in the day that the enemies of the Jews hoped to have power over them. Though it was turned to the contrary, that the Jews had ruled over them that hated them, the Jews gathered themselves in their cities throughout all the provinces, and the king Ahasuerus to lay hand on such sought their hurt, and no man could withstand them, for the fear of them fell upon all the people. And all the rulers of the provinces, and the lieutenants, and the deputies, and officers of the king helped the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai fell upon them. For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and his fame went out throughout all the provinces, for this man Mordecai waxed greater and greater. Thus the Jews smote all their enemies with the stroke of the sword, and slaughter and destruction, and did what they would unto those that hated them. And in Shushan the palace the Jews slew and destroyed 500 men, and Parshandatha, and Dalphon, and Aspatha, and Paratha, and Adalia, and Ariditha, and Parmashta, and Arisai, and Aridai, and Vahashsetha. The king said unto Esther the queen, The Jews have slain and destroyed the 500 men in Shushan, the palace, and the 10 sons of Haman. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is thy petition, and it shall be granted thee? Or what is thy request further, and it shall be done? Then said Esther, If it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews, which are in Shushan. Oh, here comes the guy.
We're okay, right?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, and the day and the number of those that were slain in Shushan, the palace was brought before the king. And the king said unto Esther, the queen, the Jews have, the way that guy the Jews have slain and destroyed 500 men in Shushan. That he like mean mugged you so bad. He's just mean mugging, bro.
Yeah, the guy's not very nice.
No. Whatever, man. The Jews have slain and destroyed 500 men in Shushan, the palace, and the 10 sons of Haman. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is thy petition, and it shall be granted thee, or what is thy request further, and it shall be done? And said Esther, if it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews which are in Shushan to do tomorrow, or also according to this day's decree, and let Haman's 10 sons be hanged upon the gallows. And the king commanded it so be done, and the decree was given at Shushan, and they hanged Haman's 10 sons. For the Jews that were in Shushan gathered themselves together on the 14th day also of the month Adar, and slew 300 men in Shushan, but on the prey they laid not their hand. But the other Jews that were in the king's provinces gathered themselves together, and stood for their lives, and had rest from their enemies, and slew of their foes 75,000, but they laid not their hands on the prey. On the 13th day of the month, Adar, on the 14th day of the same, rested they and made it a day of feasting and gladness. But the Jews that were at Shushan assembled together on the 13th day thereof, and on the 14th thereof, and on the 15 days, on the same day they rested and made it a day of feasting and gladness. Hallelujah. Therefore the Jews of the villages that dwelt in the unwalled towns made the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting, and a good day, and ascending of portions one to another. And Mordecai wrote these things and sent letters unto all the Jews that were in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus, both nigh and far, to establish this among them, that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar and the 15th day of the same yearly, as the days wherein the Jews rested from their enemies, in the month which would turn unto them from sorrow to joy, and from mourning into a good day, that they should make them days of feasting and joy, and of sending portions one to another, and gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to do as they had begun, and as Mordecai had written unto them, because Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had devised against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast pur, that is, the lot, to consume them and to destroy them. But when Esther came before the king, he commanded by letters that this wicked device which he devised against the Jews should return upon his own head, and that he and his son should be hanged on the gallows. Wherefore they called these days Purim, after the name of Pur. Therefore for all the words of this letter, of that which they had seen concerning this matter, and which had come unto them, the Jews ordained and took upon them and upon their seed and upon all such as joined themselves unto them, and so it should not fail, that they would keep these 2 days according to their writing and according to their appointed time every year, and that these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation, every family, every province, and every city, that these days for their seed, the matters of fastings and their cry. And the decree of Esther confirmed the matters of Purim and their cry. And the decree of Esther confirmed the matters of Purim, and it was written in the book. And the king Ahasuerus laid a tribute upon the land and upon the isles of the sea, and all the acts of his power and of his might, and the declaration of the greatness of Mordecai, whereunto the king advanced him. Are they not written in the book of the chronicles of the kings of Media and Persia? For Mordecai the Jew was next unto King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and accepted of the multitude of his brethren, seeking the wealth of his people, and speaking peace to all his seed.
Amen. Praise God. So we're going to go to Job. Go to Job, and I want you to get with Orlando if you can.
Yeah, I'm going to text him.
And plug your phone in.
Okay.
Get your phone. Well, no.
We'll just swap them when
We'll swap the phone after Job.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That way you can get your phone streaming.
Okay, that's fine. All right, what is it? Oh, Sister Dipsy said soup. Oh, dude, you have a sandwich too, Matthew.
Praise God. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. That man was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. And there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance also was 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels and 500 yoke of oxen and 500 she-asses and a very great household. So he was greater than all the men of the east. And his sons went and feasted in their houses, every one his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And it was so when the days of their feasting were gone about that Job sent and sanctified them and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of all. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. Thus did Job continue. Now this was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. And the Lord said unto Satan, Whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And the Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, Doth Job fear God for naught? Hast thou not made an hedge about him, and about his house, and about all that he hath on every side? And hast thou blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land? But put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. And the Lord said unto Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy power, only upon himself put not forth thy hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord, and it was a day when the sons of his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger unto Job and said, The oxen were plowing and the asses feeding beside them, and the Sabaeans fell on them and took them away. Yea, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, there came another also and said, The fire of God has fallen from heaven, and has burned up the sheep and servants and consumed them, and I am escaped alone to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, there came another and said, The Chaldeans made out the bands, and fell upon the camels, and have carried them away, yea, and slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, Thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness, and smote the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Then Job arose and rent his mantle and shaved his head, and fell down upon the ground and worshipped, and said, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I depart, shall I return thither. And the Lord gave, the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. In all this Job sinned not, nor charged God foolishly. Again there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them, to present himself before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Satan, From whence comest thou? And Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down it. And the Lord said to Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that fears God and eschews evil? And still he holdeth fast his integrity. Though thou movest me against him to destroy him without cause. Satan answered the Lord and said, Skin for skin. Yea, all that a man hath will he give for his life. Put not forth now his hand and touch his bone and flesh, he will curse thee to thy face. And the Lord said unto Satan, Behold, he is in thine hand, but save his life. So went Satan forth from the presence of the Lord, and smote Job with sore boils from the sole of his foot unto his crown. And he took him a potsherd to scrape himself withal, and he sat down among the ashes. And then said his wife unto him, Dost thou retain thine integrity? Curse God and die. And he said unto her, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaks. What shall we receive good at the hand of the Lord, and shall we not receive evil? And all this did not Job sin with his lips. Now when Job's 3 friends heard of all this evil that was come upon him, they came every one from his own place. Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar and the Amathite. And they had made an appointment together to come to mourn with them and to comfort him. And they lifted up their eyes afar off and knew him not. And they lifted up their voice and wept, and they rent every one his mantle and sprinkled dust on their heads toward heaven, so that they sat down with him upon the ground 7 days. And spake a word unto him, for they saw that his grief was very great. And after this opened Job his mouth, and cursed his day. Job spake and said, Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said there was a man-child conceived. Let that day be darkness, and let not God regard it from above. Neither let the light shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death stain it. Let a cloud dwell upon it. But the blackness of the day terrify it. And for that night let darkness seize upon it, and let it not be joined to the days of the year. And let it not come to the number of the months. And lo, let that night be solitary, let not joyful voice come therein. Let them curse it that curse the day, who are ready to raise up their mourning. Let the stars of the twilight thereof be dark, and let it look for light, but have none. Neither let it be the dawning of the day. Because it shut up the doors, because it did not shut up the doors of my mother's womb, nor hid sorrow from my eyes. Why died I not from the womb? Why did I not give up my ghost when I came out of the belly? Why did the knees prevent me, and why the breast that I should suck? For now should I have lain still and been quiet, I should have slept, and then I had been at rest. The kings and counselors of the earth, which built desolate places of themselves, or with princes that had gold, who filled their houses with silver, or as in hidden untimely birth I had not been. I had been infants which never saw light. There the wicked cease from troubling, and there the weary be at rest. There the prisoners rest together, they hear not the voice of the oppressor. The small and great are there, and the servant is free from his master. Wherefore is the light given to him that is in misery, and life unto the bitter in soul, which long for death, but it cometh not, and diggeth it more than for hid treasure, which rejoice exceedingly when they are glad, when they can find the grave. Why is light given to a man whose way is hid, whom God hath hedged in? For my sighing cometh before I eat, and my roarings are poured out like the waters. For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me. I was not in safety, neither had I rest, neither was I quiet, yet trouble came. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered and said, If we essay to commune with thee, wilt thou be grieved? But who can withhold himself from speaking? Behold, thou hast instructed many, and thou hast strengthened the weak hand. Thy words have upholden him that was falling, and thou hast strengthened the feeble. And now it is come unto thee, and thou faintest, toucheth thee, and thou art troubled. Is this not thy fear, and thy confidence, and thy hope, and the uprightness of thy ways? Remember, I pray thee, whoever perished being innocent, where were the righteous cut off? Even if as I have seen, that they that plow iniquity and sow wickedness reap the same. But the blast of God they perish, and by the breath of the nostrils they are consumed. The roaring of the lion, the voice of the fierce lion, and the teeth of the young lions are broken. The old lion perished for lack of prey, and the stout lion's whelps are scattered abroad. Now a thing was secretly brought to me. Mine ear received a little thereof. In thoughts and the visions of the night, when deep sleep falleth on men, fear came upon me, and trembling, which made all my bones to shake. And then a spirit passed before my face, and the hair of my flesh stood up. It stood still, but I could not discern the form thereof. An image was before my eyes. There was silence, and I heard a voice saying, Shall mortal man be more just than God? Shall a man be more pure than his Maker? Behold, he put no trust in his servants, and his angels he charged with fault. How much less in them that dwell in houses of clay, whose foundation is in the dust, which are crushed before the moth. They are destroyed from morning to evening. They perish forever without any regarding. Doth not their excellency which is in them go away? They die even without wisdom. Call now if there be any that will answer thee, and to which of the saints wilt thou turn? For wrath killeth the foolish man, and envy slayeth the silly. I have seen the foolish taking root, but suddenly I cursed his habitation. His children are far from safety, for they are crushed at the gate. Neither is there any to deliver. Whose harvest the hungry eateth up, and taketh it even out of the thorns, and the robber swallows up their substance. Although affliction cometh not forth of the dust, neither doth trouble spring up out of the ground, yet man is born unto trouble, as the sparks fly up. I would seek unto God, and unto God would I commit my cause, which doth great things and unsearchable, marvelous things without number, who giveth rain upon the earth, and sendeth waters upon the fields, who set up high those that be low, and those that be mourned may be exalted to see. He disciplineth the devices of the crafty, so that their hands cannot perform their enterprise. He taketh the wise in their own craftiness, and the counsel of the froward is carried headlong. They meet with darkness in the daytime, and grope at the noonday as in the night. But he saveth the poor from the sword, and from their mouth, and from the hand of the mighty. So the poor hath hope, and iniquity stoppeth her mouth. Behold, happy is that man whom God corrects. Therefore despise not thou the chastening of the Almighty. For he maketh sore, and bindeth up. He woundeth, and his hands make whole. He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7, there shall no flesh touch thee. In famine he shall redeem thee from death, and in war from the power of the sword. Thou shalt be hid from the scourge of the tongue, neither shalt thou be afraid of the destruction when it comes. At destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, neither shalt thou be afraid of the beasts of the earth. For thou shalt be in league with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field shall be at peace with thee. And thou shalt know that thy tabernacle shall be in peace, and thou visit thy habitation, and shalt not sin. Thou shalt know also that thy seed shall be great, and thine offspring of the grass of the earth. Thou shalt come to thy grave in a full age, like a shock of corn comes in a season. Lo, this we have searched it. So it is, hear it, and know thou, and for thy good. Job answered and said, O my grief, truly weighed, my calamity laid and balanced together, for now it would be heavier than the sand. Therefore my words are swallowed up, and the arrows of the Almighty are within me. The poison thereof drinketh up my spirit, and the terrors of God do set themselves in array against me. But the wild ass bray when he hath grass, or loweth the ox over his fodder? Can that which is unsavory be eaten without salt? Or is there any taste in the white of an egg? The things that my soul refused to touch are as my sorrowful meat. Oh, that I might have my request, and that God would grant me the thing that I long for, even that it would please God to destroy me. That he would let loose his hand and cut me off. Then should I have yet comfort. Yea, I would pardon myself in sorrow. Let him not spare me, for I have not concealed the words of the Holy One. What is my strength that I should hope? And what is mine end that I should prolong my life? Is my strength the strength of stones? Or is my flesh of brass? Is not my help in me? And is wisdom driven quite from me? To him that is afflicted, pity should be showed him from his friend. But he forsaketh the fear of the Almighty. My brethren have dwelt deceitfully as a brook, and as a stream of brooks they pass away, which are blacketh by reason of the ice, and wherein the snow is hid. What time they wax warm, they vanish. When it is hot, they are consumed out of their place. The paths of their way are turned aside, and they go to nothing and perish. The troops of Tema looked, and companies of Sheba waited with them. They were confounded because they had hoped. They came thither and were ashamed. For now ye are nothing. Ye see my casting down and are afraid. See, I say, bring unto me, or did I say bring unto me, or give a reward of me of your substance? Or deliver me from the enemy's hand? Or redeem me from the hand of the mighty? Teach me, and I will hold my tongue, and cause me to understand wherein I have erred. How forcible are right words, but what doth your arguing reprove? Do you imagine to reprove the words and speeches of one that is desperate, which are as a wind? Yea, ye overwhelm the fatherless, and you dig a pit for your friend. Now therefore be content, Look upon me, for it is evident unto you if I lie. Return, I pray you, let it not be iniquity. Yea, return again, my righteousness is in it. Is there iniquity in my tongue? Cannot my tongue discern perverse things? Is there not an appointed time to man upon earth? Are not his days like the days of a hireling? As a servant earnestly desires the shadow, and as a hireling looks for the reward of his work, so am I made to possess months of vanity. Wearisome nights are appointed to me. When I lie down, I say, when shall I arise? And the night be gone. And I am full of tossings to and fro, like unto the dawning of the day. My flesh is clothed with worms and clods of dust. My skin is broken and become loathsome. My days are swifter than a weaver's shuttle, and are spent without hope. Oh, remember that my life is wind, mine eye shall no more see good. The eye of him that has seen me shall see me no more. Thine eyes are upon me, and I am not. As the cloud is consumed and vanisheth away, so he that goeth down to the grave shall come up no more. He shall return no more to his house, neither shall his place know him any more. Therefore I will not refrain my mouth. I will speak in the anguish of my spirit. I will complain in the bitterness of my soul. Am I a sea or a whale that thou settest to watch over me? When I say my bed shall comfort me and my couch shall ease my complaint, then thou scarest me by dreams and terrifiest me through visions, so that my soul chooseth strangling and death rather than my life. I loathe it. I would not live alway. Let me alone, for my days are vanity. What is man that thou shouldest magnify him, and that thou shouldest set thy heart upon him? Thou shouldest visit him every morning, and try him every moment. How long wilt thou not depart from me, nor let me alone till I swallow down my spit? I have sinned. What shall I do unto thee, O preserver of men? Why hast thou set me as a mark against thee, so that I am a burden to myself? Why dost thou not pardon my transgression, and take away my iniquity? For now I shall sleep in the dust, and thou shalt seek me in the morning, but I shall not be. Then answered Bildad the Shuhite and said, How long will ye speak these things? And how long shall the words of thy mouth be like the strong wind? Doth God pervert judgment, or doth the Almighty pervert justice? If thy children have sinned against him, and he have cast them away for their transgression, if thou wouldest seek unto God betimes, and make thy supplication to the Almighty, if thou wert pure and upright, surely now he would awake for thee, and make the habitation of thy righteousness prosperous. Though thy beginning was small, yet thy latter end shall be greatly increased. For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age, and prepare thyself to the search of their fathers. For we are as but yesterday, and know nothing, because our days upon earth are as a shadow. Shall not they teach thee, and tell thee, and utter words out of their heart? Can the rush grow up without mire? Can the flag grow without water? While it is yet in its greenness, and not cut down, withereth before any herb? So are the paths of all that forget God, and the hypocrite's hope shall perish, whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be as the spider's web. He shall lean upon his house, but it shall not stand. He shall hold it fast, but it shall not endure. He is green before the sun, and his branch shooteth forth in his garden. You want to read?
I can't, because I only got a little bit of time.
I want you to read a couple chapters, like Job chapter 9 or whatever.
I gotta get going with my friend.
When you come back,
When I come back, awesome.
read a couple chapters.
Sounds good.
We're getting people, a lot of people have read.
Sounds good.
We're reading the whole Bible.
Have you read it?
Yeah.
We're gonna be here for 4 days, so
Nice.
so come on by, yeah.
If you go back, thank you.
So are the paths of all that forget God, and the hypocrite's hope shall perish, whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be as a spider's web. He shall lean upon his house, but it shall not stand. He shall hold it fast, but it shall not endure. He is green before the sun, and his branch shooteth forth in his garden. His roots are wrapped about the heap, and seeth the place of stones. If he destroy him from his place, then it shall deny him, saying, I have not seen thee. Behold, this is the joy of his way, and out of the earth shall others grow. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man, neither will he help the evildoers, till he fill thy mouth with laughing and thy lips with rejoicing. They that hate thee shall be clothed with shame, and the dwelling place of the wicked shall come to nothing. Then Job answered and said, I know that it is of a truth, but how shall a man be just with God? If he will contend with him, he cannot answer him 1 of 1,000. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength. Who hath hardened himself against him and hath prospered? Which removeth mountains, and they know not, which overturneth them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and sealeth up the stars, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon the waves of the sea, which maketh Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades, in the chambers of the south, which doeth great things past finding out, yea, wonders without number. Lo, he goeth by me, and I see him not. He passeth on also, but I perceive him not. Behold, he taketh away, and who can hinder? Who will say unto him, What doest thou? If God will not withdraw his anger, the proud helpers do stoop under him. How much less shall I answer him, and choose out my words to reason with him? Whom though I were righteous, yet I would not answer, but I would make supplication to my judge. If I had called, and he had answered me, yet would I not believe that he had hearkened to my voice. For he breaketh me with a tempest, and multiplieth my wounds without cause. He will not suffer me to take my breath, but filleth me up with bitterness. If I speak of strength, lo, he is strong, and of judgment, who shall set me a time to plead? If I justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me. If I say I am perfect, it shall also prove me perverse. Though I were perfect, yet would I not know my soul. I would despise my life. This is one thing, therefore I say, he destroyeth the perfect and the wicked. If the scourge slay suddenly, he will laugh at the trial of the innocent. The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? Now my days are swifter than a post. They flee away, they see no good. They are passed away as the swift ships, as the eagle that hasteth to the prey. If I say I will forget my complaint, I will leave off my heaviness and comfort myself, I am afraid of all my sorrows. I know that thou wilt not hold me innocent. If I be wicked, why then labor I in vain? If I wash myself with snow water, and make my hands never so clean, yet shalt thou plunge me in the ditch, and my own clothes shall abhor me. For he is not a man as I am, that I should answer him, and we should come together in judgment. Neither is there any daysman betwixt us, that he might lay his hand upon us both. Let him take his rod away from me, and let not his fear terrify me. Then would I speak and not fear him, but it is not so with me. My soul is weary of my life, and I leave my complaint upon myself. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. I will say unto God, do not condemn me. Show me wherefore thou contendest with me. It is good unto thee that thou shouldest suppress, that thou shouldest despise the work of thy hands, and shine upon the counsel of the wicked. Hast thou eyes of flesh, or seest thou as man sees? Are thy days as the days of man? And are thy years as man's days? That thou inquirest after my iniquity, and searchest after my sins? Thou knowest that I am not wicked. There is none that can deliver out of thy hand. Thine hands have made me and fashioned me together round about, yet thou dost destroy me. Remember, I beseech thee, that thou hast made me as the clay. Wilt thou bring me into dust again? Hast thou not poured me out like milk and curdled me like cheese? Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh, and hast fenced me with bones and sinews, and hast granted me life and favor, and thy visitation hath preserved my spirit. And these things hast thou hid in thine heart, and I know that this is with me. If I sin, then thou markest me, and thou wilt not acquit me from my iniquity. If I be wicked, woe unto me, and if I be wicked, then woe unto me, and if I be righteous, yet will I not lift up my head. I am full of confusion. Therefore see thou mine affliction, for it increaseth. Thou huntest me as a fierce lion, and again thou showest thyself marvelous upon me. Thou renewest thy witness against me, and increasest thy indignation upon me. Changes and war are against me. Wherefore then hast thou brought me forth out of the womb? Oh, that I had given up the ghost, and no eye had seen me. I should have been as though I had not been. I should have been carried from the womb to the grave. Are not my days few? Cease then, let me alone, that I may take comfort a little before I go, whence I shall not return. Even into the land of darkness and the shadow of death. The land of darkness is darkness itself, and of the shadow of death, without any order, and where the light is as darkness. Then answered Zophar the Neamathite, and said, Should not the multitude of words be answered, and should a man full of talk be justified? Should thy lies make men hold their peace, and when thou mockest, shall no man make thee ashamed? For thou hast said, My doctrine is pure, and I am clean in mine eyes. But oh, that God would speak and open his lips against thee, and that he would show thee the secrets of wisdom, that they are double that which is. And know therefore that God exacteth of thee less than thine iniquity deserveth. Canst thou be searching, find out God? Canst thou by searching find out God, and canst thou find out the Almighty to perfection? It is high as heaven, what canst thou do? Deeper than hell, what canst thou know? The measure thereof is longer than the earth, and broader than the sea. If he cut off and shut up and gather together to him, who can hinder? For he knoweth vain men. Is he a his host? Will he not then consider it? For vain man would be wise, though man be born like a wild ass's colt. If thou prepare thine heart and stretch out thine hands toward him, if iniquity be in thine hand, put it far away. And let not wickedness dwell in thy tabernacles. Then shalt thou lift up thy face without spot, yea, thou shalt be steadfast and shalt not fear. Because thou shalt forget thy misery and remember it as the waters that pass away. Thine days shall be clearer than the noonday, and thou shalt shine forth. Thou shalt be as the morning. Thou shalt be secure, because there is hope. Yea, though thou dig about thee, and thou shalt take thy rest in safety. Also thou shalt lie down, and none shall make thee afraid. Yea, many shall make suit unto thee, and the eyes of the wicked shall fail, and they shall not escape, and their hope shall be as the giving up of the ghost. And Job answered and said, No doubt, but ye are the people, and wisdom shall die with you. But I have understanding as well as you. I am inferior. I am not inferior to you. Yea, who knoweth not such things as these? I am as one mocked of his neighbor, who calls upon God, and he answereth him. And the just and upright man is laughed to scorn. He that is ready to slip with his feet is as a lamp despised, and the thought of him that is at ease. The tabernacles of the robbers prosper, and they that provoke God are secure. Into whose hand God bringeth abundance. And ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee. Or speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee, and the fishes of the sea shall declare unto thee. Who knoweth not in all these that the hand of the Lord hath wrought this? In whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the breath of all mankind. Doth not the ear try words, and the mouth taste his meat? With the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days understanding. With him is wisdom and strength. He hath counsel and understanding. Behold, he breaketh down, and it cannot be built again. He shutteth up a man, and there can be no opening. Behold, he withholdeth the waters, and they dry up. Also he sendeth them out, and they overturn the earth. With him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver perish. He leadeth the counselors away, and spoiled, and maketh the judges fools. He looseth the bonds of kings, and girdeth their loins with a girdle. He leadeth princes away spoiled, and overthroweth the mighty. He removeth away the speech of the trusty, and taketh away the understanding of the aged. He poureth contempt upon princes, and wakeneth the strength of the mighty. He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth out of the light the shadow of death. He increaseth the nations and destroyeth them. He enlargeth the nations and straighteneth them again. He taketh away the heart of the chief of the people of the earth, and causeth them to wander in a wilderness where there is no way. They grope in the dark without light, and he maketh them to stagger like a drunken man. Lo, mine eye has seen all this, mine ear hath heard and understood it. What ye know, the same do I know also. I am not inferior unto you. Surely I would speak to the Almighty, and I desire to reason with God. But ye are forgers of lies, ye are all physicians of no value. Oh, that you would altogether hold your peace, and it should be your wisdom. Hear now my reasoning, and hearken to the pleading of my lips. Will you speak wickedly for God, and talk deceitfully for him? Will you accept his persons? Will you contend for God? Is it good that thou shouldest search you out, or as one mocketh another, do ye mock him? He will surely reprove you if you do secretly accept persons. Shall not his excellency make you afraid, and his dread fall upon you? Your remembrances are like unto ashes, your bodies to bodies of clay. Hold your peace, and let me alone that I may speak, and let come on me what will. Wherefore do I take my flesh in my teeth, and put my life in my hand? Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. But I will maintain my own ways before him. He also shall be my salvation, for an hypocrite shall not come before me. And hear diligently my speech and my declaration with your ears. Behold, now I have ordered my cause, and I know that I shall be justified. Who is he that will plead with me? For now if I hold my tongue, I will give up the ghost. Only do not two things unto me, then will I hide myself from thee. Withdraw thine hand far from me, and let not the dread make me afraid. Then call thou, and I will answer. Or let me speak, and answer thou me. How many are mine iniquities and my sins? Make me to know the transgression and my sin. Wherefore hidest thou thy face, and holdest me for thine enemy? Wilt thou speak? Wilt thou break a leaf driven to and fro? Or wilt thou pursue the dry stubble? For thou writest bitter things against me, and makest me to possess the iniquities of my youth. Thou puttest my feet also in the stocks, and lookest narrowly into all my paths. Thou settest a print upon the heels of my feet, and he is a rotten thing consumeth, as a garment that is moth-eaten. Man that is born of a woman is a few days and full of trouble. He comes forth like a flower and is cut down. He fleeth also as a shadow and continueth not. And dost thou open thine eyes upon such a one, and bringest me into judgment with thee? Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one. Seeing his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee. Thou hast appointed his bonds that he cannot pass, and turn from him, that he may rest till he shall accomplish as a hireling his day. For there is hope of a tree that be cut down, and it will sprout again, and that the tender branch thereof will not cease. Though the root thereof wax old in the earth, and the stalk thereof die in the ground, yet through the descent of water it will bud, and bring forth boughs like a plant. But man dies and wastes away. Yea, man gives up the ghost, and where is he? As the waters fall from the sea, and the flood decayeth and drieth up, so man lies down and riseth not, till the heavens be no more. They shall not awake, nor shall be raised up out of their sleep. Oh, that thou wouldest hide me in the grave, that thou wouldest keep me secret until thy wrath be past, that thou wouldest appoint me a set time and remember me. If a man die, will he live again? All the days of my appointed time will I wait till my change come. Thou shalt call, and I will answer thee. Thou wilt have a desire to the work of thy hand. For now thou numberest my steps, but dost not watch over my sin. My transgression is sealed up in a bag. Thou sewest up mine iniquity. Surely the mountain falling cometh to naught, and the rock is removed out of his place. The waters wear the stones. Thou washest away the things that grow up out of the dust of the earth. Thou destroyest the hope of man. Thou prevailest forever against him, and he passeth. Thou changest his countenance, and sendest him away. His sons come to honor, and he knoweth it not. And they are brought low, but he perceiveth it not at them. But his flesh upon him shall have pain, and his soul within him shall mourn. Then answered Eliphaz the Temanite and said, Should a wise man utter vain knowledge and fill his belly with the east wind? Should he reason with unprofitable talk, or with speeches wherewith he can do no good? Yea, though thou castest off fear and restrainest prayer before God. For thy mouth uttereth thine iniquity, and thou choosest the tongue of the crafty. Thine own mouth condemneth thee, and not I. Yea, thine own lips testify against thee. Art thou the first man that was born, or wast thou made before the hills? Hast thou heard the secret of God, and dost thou restrain wisdom to thyself? What knowest thou that we know not? Understand what is in us, what is not in us. With us is both the very gray-headed and very aged men, much elder than thy father. Are the consolations of God small with thee? Why doth thine heart carry thee away? And what do thine eyes wink at? That thou turnest thy spirit against God, and lettest such words go out of thy mouth? What is man that he should be clean? Or he that is born of a woman that he should be righteous? Behold, he putteth no trust in his saints. Yea, the heavens are not clean in his sight. How much more abominable and filthy is man, who drinketh iniquity like water? And I will show thee, hear me, and that which I have seen I will declare, which wise men have told from their fathers, and have not hidden, and to whom alone the earth was given, and no stranger passed among them. The wicked man travails with pain in all his days, and the number of years is hidden to the oppressor. The dreadful sound is in his ears. In prosperity the destroyer shall come unto him. He believeth not that he shall return out of darkness, and he has waited for of the sword. He wandereth abroad for bread, saying, Where is it? He knoweth that the day of darkness is ready at his hand. Trouble and anguish shall make him afraid, and they shall prevail against him as a king ready to battle. For he stretcheth out his hand against God, and strengthened himself against the Almighty. He runneth upon him, even on his neck, upon the thick bosses of his bucklers, because he covereth his face with his fatness, and maketh columns of fat on his flanks. He dwelleth in desolate cities, and houses which no man inhabiteth, which are ready to become heat. He shall not be rich, neither shall his substance continue, neither shall he prolong the perfection thereof upon the earth. He shall not depart out of darkness. The flame shall dry up his branches, by the breath of his mouth shall he go away. Let not him that is deceived trust in vanity, for vanity shall be his recompense. It shall be accomplished before his time, and his branch shall not be seen, not be green. And he shall shake off his unripe grape as the vine, and shall cast off his flower as the olive. For the congregation of hypocrites shall be desolate, and fire shall consume the people. They conceive mischief, and bring forth vanity. Their belly prepareth deceit. Job answered and said, I have heard many such things. Miserable comforters are ye all. Shall vain words have an end? Or what emboldeneth thee that thou answerest? And also, I could also speak as you do, if your soul were in my stead. I could heap up words against you and shake my head at you. But I would strengthen you with my mouth, and the moving of my lips should assuage your grief. Though I speak, my grief is not assuaged. And though I forbear, what am I eased? But now he hath made me weary. Thou hast made desolate all my comfort. And thou hast filled me with wrinkles, which is a witness against me. And my leanness rising up in me beareth witness to my face. He teareth me in his wrath who hateth me, gnasheth upon me with his teeth. Mine enemy sharpeneth his eyes upon me. They have gaped upon me with their mouth. They have smitten upon the cheek reproachfully. They have gathered themselves together against me, and God hath delivered me from the ungodly. Brother, I need an umbrella. Can you go buy me an umbrella? For what, $10?
I can go look at.
I'll reimburse that. We need an umbrella. Like it starts raining, I'm just gonna hold the umbrella.
I'm just gonna hold it.
Yes, I need the umbrella. It's gonna rain hard.
Okay. Either way, huh?
Shall not be rich, neither shall his substance contain pain. Or man. Oh, I lost this.
I'll go look.
God hath delivered me to the ungodly and turned me over to the hands of the wicked. I was at ease, but he hath broken me asunder. He hath also taken me by my neck and shaken me to pieces and set me up for his mark. His archers compass me about. He cleaveth my reins asunder and doth not spare. He poureth my gall upon the ground, and he breaketh me with breach upon breach. He runs upon me like a giant. I have sewed sackcloth upon my skin and defiled my horn in the dust. My face is foul with weeping, and on my eyelids is the shadow of death. Not for any injustice of my hands. Also my prayers pure. O earth, cover not thou my blood, and let my cry have no place. Also now behold, my witness is in heaven, and my record is on high. My friends scorn me, but mine eye poureth out tears to God. Oh, that one might plead for a man with God as a man pleads for his neighbor. When a few years are come, then shall I go the way whence I shall not return. My breath is corrupt, my days are extinct, the graves are ready. Are they not mockers with me, and doth not mine eye continue in their provocation? Lay down now, put me in a surety with thee. Who is he that will strike hands with me? For thou hast hid their heart from understanding, and therefore shalt thou not exalt them. He that speaketh flattery to his friends, even the eyes of his children shall fail. He hath made me also a byword of the people, and aforetime I was as a tabernacle. Mine eye also is dim by reason of sorrow, and all my members are as a shadow. Upright men shall be astonished at this, and the innocent shall stir up himself against the hypocrite. The righteous also shall hold on his way, and he that hath clean hands shall be stronger and stronger. But as for you all, do you return and come now? For I cannot find one wise man among you. My days are past, my purposes are broken off, even the thoughts of my heart. They change the night into the day, and the light is short because of darkness. If I wait, the grave is my house, and I have made my bed in darkness. I have said to corruption, thou art my father, and to the worm, you are my mother and my sister. Where is now my hope? As for my hope, who shall see it? They shall come down to the bar of the pit, when our rest together is in the dust. Then answered Bildad the Shuhite and said, How long will it be ere you make an end of words? Mark it, afterwards will we speak. Wherefore are we counted as beasts, and reputed vile in your sight? He teareth himself in his anger. Shall the earth be forsaken for thee, or shall the rock be removed out of his place? Yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out, the spark of his fire shall not shine. The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and his candles shall be put out with him. The steps of his strength shall be straightened. His own counsel shall cast him down. For he is cast into a net by his own feet, and he walketh upon a snare. The gin shall take him by the heel, and the robber shall prevail against him. The snare is laid for him in the ground, and a trap for him in the way. Terror shall make him afraid on every side, and shall drive him to his feet. His strength shall be hunger bitten, the destruction shall be ready at his side. It shall devour the strength of his skin, even the firstborn of death shall devour his strength. His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle, and it shall bring him to the king of terrors. It shall dwell in his tabernacle because it is not of his. Brimstone shall be scattered upon his habitation. His roots shall be dried up beneath, and above shall his branch be cut off. His remembrance shall perish from the earth, and he shall have no name in the street. He shall be driven from light into darkness and chased out of the world. He shall neither have son nor nephew among his people, nor any remaining in his dwellings. They that come after him shall be astonished in his day, as they that went before were affrighted. Surely such are the dwellings of the wicked, and this is the place of him that knoweth not God. Then Job answered and said, How long will ye vex my soul and break in pieces my whisper? These 10 times have ye reproached me. You are not ashamed that ye make yourselves strange to me. And be it indeed that I have erred, mine error remains with myself. If indeed you will magnify yourselves against me and plead against me my reproach, know now that God hath overthrown me, and hath compassed me with his net. Behold, I cry out of wrong, but I am not heard. I cry aloud, but there's no judgment. He hath fenced up my way that I cannot pass, and hath set darkness in my paths. He hath stripped me of my glory, and hath taken the crown from my head. He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am gone. Mine hope hath he removed like a tree. He hath also kindled his wrath against me, and he cometh and counteth me upon him as one of his enemies. His troops come together and raise up their way against me, and encamp round about my tabernacle. He hath put my brethren far from me, and my acquaintance are very estranged from me. My kinsfolk have failed, and my familiar friends have forgotten me. They that dwell in my house and my friends count me as a stranger. I am an alien in their sight. I called my servant, and he gave me no answer. I entreated him with my mouth. My breath is strange to my wife, and though I entreated for the children's sake of my own body. Yea, young children despise me. I arose, and they spake against me. All my inward friends abhorred me, and they whom I loved are turned against me. My bone cleaveth to my skin, and my flesh, and I am escaped with the skin of my teeth. Have pity upon me. Have pity upon me, O ye my friends. For the hand of God has touched me. Why do you persecute me as God and are not satisfied with my flesh? They were graven with an eye. Oh, not satisfied with my flesh. Oh, that my words were now written, and that they were printed in a book, which they have been. That they were graven in an iron pen and lead in the rock forever. For I know that my Redeemer lives, and that he shall stand at the latter day upon the earth. And though after my skin worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself, and mine eyes shall behold, and not another, though my reins be consumed within me. But ye should say, Why persecute we him, seeing the root of the matter is found in me? Be ye afraid of the sword, for wrath bringeth the punishment of the sword, that ye may know that there is a judgment. Then answered Zophar the Naamathite and said, Therefore do my thoughts cause me to answer, and for this I make haste. I have heard the check of my reproach, and the spirit of my understanding causeth me to answer. Knowest thou not this of old, since man was placed upon the earth, that the triumphing of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite is but for a moment? Though his excellency mount to the heavens, and his head reach to the clouds, yet he shall perish forever like his own town. They which have seen him shall say, Where is he? He shall fly away as a dream, and shall be found, and shall not be found. Yea, he shall be chased away as a vision of the night. The eye also which saw him shall see him no more, neither shall his place any more be found. Behold him. His children shall seek to please the poor, and his hands shall restore their goods. His bones are full of sin of his youth, which shall lie down with him in the dust. Though wickedness be sweet in his mouth, though he hide it under his tongue, though he spare it and forsake it not, but keep it within his mouth, yet his meat is in his bowels is turned, it is the gall of asps within it. He has swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. God shall cast them out of his belly. He shall suck the poison of asps, and the viper's tongue shall slay him. He shall not see the rivers, the floods, the brooks of honey and butter. That which he labored for shall he restore, and shall not swallow it down. According to his substance shall his restitution be, and he shall not rejoice there. Because he hath oppressed and forsaken the poor, because he hath violently taken away an house which he builded not, surely he shall not feel quietness in his belly. He shall not save that which he desireth. There shall none of his meat be left. Therefore shall no man look for his goods. In the fullness of his sufficiency he shall be in straits. Every hand of the wicked shall be upon him. When he is about to fill his belly,
Are you reading the Bible?
the whole thing.
Preacher, it's not a crazy question. You want earbuds?
When he's about to fill his belly, God shall cast the fury of his wrath upon him, and shall rain it upon him while he is eating. He shall flee from the iron weapon, and the bow of steel shall strike him through. It is drawn and cometh out of the body, yea, the glittering sword cometh out of his gall. Terrors are upon you. All darkness shall be hid in his secret places. A fire not blown shall consume it. It shall go ill with him that is left in his tabernacle. The heavens shall reveal his iniquity, and the earth shall rise up against him. The increase of his house shall depart, and his goods shall flow away in the day of his wrath. This is the portion of the wicked man from God, and the heritage appointed to him by God. For Job answered and said, Hear diligently my speech, and let this be your consolation. Suffer me that I may speak, and after that I have spoken, mock on. As for me, is my complaint to man? And if it were so, why should not my spirit be troubled? Mark me and be astonished, and lay your hand upon your mouth. Even when I remember, I am afraid, and trembling hath taken hold of my flesh. Wherefore do the wicked live, become old, yea, are mighty in power? Their seed is established in their sight with them, and their offspring before their eyes. Their houses are safe from fear, neither is the rod of God upon them. The bull gendereth and faileth not, the cow calveth and casteth not her calf. They send forth their little ones like a flock, and their children dance.
Not for this, but for something else. I'm gonna borrow 20, but not for this. Don't worry about this. I know, but I need to break 100. That's why. I'll give you the 100 if you just give me like 420s.
You need it right now.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy some. I'm gonna get some. Sorry.
Praise God, we're going to get underneath the tent here.
I'll come back and I'll even hold the umbrella. We're gonna pull one of those.
We're pulling a Job today, because we're going to be under some affliction. The affliction of the enemy.
If you have, I have 100.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, praise God, brothers and sisters. We are in the battle today. It's going to start raining on us, but we're going to be reading the Word. Amen. Reading the Word. Amen. Reading the Word. Reading the Word. Reading the Word. The Word has not stopped, brothers and sisters, for about 40-something plus hours. By the grace of God, the Word has continued to go forth. We are like approaching the 40-something hour. So we are not really that close, to be frank with you, from being finished, but we're going to continue to keep going. And by the grace of God, we should finish in about 2 days at this rate. So maybe 2.5 days, maybe 3 days. We're not really sure. A life as the Temanite, okay. Hast thou marked the way which wicked men have trodden, which were cut down in their time, whose foundation was overflown with a flood, which said unto God, Depart from us, and what can the Almighty do for them? Yet he filled their houses with good things, but the counsel of the wicked is far from me. The righteous see it and are glad, and the innocent laugh them to scorn. Whereas our substance is not cut down, but the remnant of them the fire consumeth. Acquaint now thyself with him, and be at peace. Thereby good shall come unto thee. Receive, I pray thee, the law from his mouth, and lay up his words in thine heart. If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up. Thou shalt put away the iniquity far from thee, far from thy tabernacles. Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust, and the gold of Ophir as the stones of the brooks. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. For then shalt thou have thy delight in the Almighty, and shalt lift up thy face unto God. Thou shalt make thy prayer unto him, and shalt hear thee.
All right, I'm gonna hold
And
this.
thou shalt. No, I got it, brother. I got this.
I can hold it.
No, I can hold it. Are you
Sure.
Yeah, I'm better like this. It's like I've got a little dome here.
I'm just trying to.
Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. When men are cast down, then thou shalt say, There is a lifting up, and he shall save the humble person. He shall deliver the island of the innocent, and be delivered from the presence of thine hands. Oh, that box needs to be covered. I got it.
Box.
Oh, we're good. Let's get the sign out of the rain, too.
Okay.
And he shall deliver the island of the... Okay. Thou shalt also decree a thing to this. And when men are cast down, then thou shalt say, There is lifting up, and he shall save the humble person. He shall deliver the island of the innocent, and it is delivered by the pureness of thine hands. Then Job answered and said, Even today is my complaint bitter, and my stroke is heavier than my groaning. Oh, that I knew where I might find him, that I might come even to his seat. I would order my cause before him, and fill my mouth with arguments. I would know the words which he would answer me, and understand what he would say unto me. Will he plead against me with his great power? No, but he would put strength in me. There the righteous might dispute with him, so should I be delivered forever from my judge. Behold, I go forward, but he is not there, and backward, but I cannot perceive him. On the left hand, where he doth work, but I cannot behold him. He hideth himself on the right hand, that I cannot see him. But he knoweth the way that I take, and when he hath tried me, I shall come forth as gold. My foot hath held his steps,
So forgetting the sign for nothing.
his way have I kept and not declined. Neither have I gone back from the commandment of his lips. I have esteemed the words of his mouth more than my necessary food. But he is of one mind, and who can turn it? And what his soul desireth, even that he does. He performeth the thing that is appointed for me, and many such things are with him. Therefore am I troubled at this presence. When I consider, I am afraid of him. For God maketh my heart soft, and the Almighty troubles me. Because I was cut off before the darkness, neither hath he covered the darkness from my face. Why, seeing times are hidden from the Almighty, do they which know him see his days? Some remove the landmarks, they violently take away the flocks, and feed thereof. They drive away the ass of the fatherless. They take the widow's ox for a pledge. They turn the needy out of the way. The poor of the earth have hid themselves together. Behold, as wild asses in the desert, go they forth to their work, rising betimes for a prey. The wilderness yieldeth fruit for them and for their children. They reap every one his corn in the field, and they gather the vintage of the wicked. They cause the naked to lodge without clothing, that they have no covering in the cold. They are wet with the showers of the mountains, and embrace the rock for want of shelter. They pluck the fatherless from the breast, and they take a pledge of the poor. They cause them to go naked without clothing, and they take away the sheaf thereof from the hungry, which maketh oil within their walls, and tread their wine presses, and suffer thirst. Men groan from out of the city, and the soul of the wounded crieth out. Yea, God layeth not folly to them. They are those that rebel against the light. They know not the ways thereof, nor abide in the paths thereof. The murderer rising from the light kills the poor and needy, and in the night is as a thief. The eye also of the adulterer waiteth for the twilight, saying, no eye shall see thee, and disguiseth his face. In the dark they dig through houses, which they had marked for themselves in the daytime. They know not the light. For the morning is to them even as the shadow of death. If one knoweth them, they are in the terrors of the shadow of death. He is swift as the waters, their portion is cursed in the earth. He beholdeth not the way of the vineyards. Drought and heat consume the snow waters. So doth the grave those that have sinned. The womb shall forget him, the worms shall feed sweetly on him, and he shall be no more remembered. And wickedness shall be broken as a tree. The evil entreateth the barren that beareth not, and doth not good to the widow. He riseth up, and no man is sure of life. Though it be given him to be in safety wherein he resteth, yet his eyes are upon their ways. They are exalted for a little while, but they are gone and brought low. They are taken up out of the way as all other, and cut off as the tops of the ears of corn. As if it be not so, who will make me a liar, and make my speech nothing worth? Then answered Bildad the Shuhite, and said, dominion and fear are with me. He maketh peace in his high places. Is there any number of his armies? And upon whom doth not thy light arise? How then can man be justified with God, or how can he that is clean be born of a woman? Behold, even to the moon, and it shines. Not, yea, the stars are not clean in his sight. How much less than man that is a worm, or the son of man which is a worm? But Job answered and said, how hast thou helped me that is without power? How savest thou the arm that hath no strength? How hast thou counseled him that hath no wisdom? And how hast thou plentifully declared the thing as it is? To whom hast thou uttered the words, and whose spirit came from thee? Dead things are formed from under the water, and the habitations thereof. Hell is naked before him, and destruction has no covering. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangs the earth upon nothing. He binds up the waters in their thick clouds, and the cloud is not rent under them. He holdeth back the face of his throne, and spreadeth his cloud upon it. He hath oppressed the waters with bounds, until the day and night come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble, and are astonished at his reproof. He divideth the sea with his power, and with his understanding he smites through the proud. By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens. His hand hath formed the crooked serpent. Lo, these are parts of his ways, but how little a portion is heard of him. But the thunder of his power, who can understand? Moreover, Job continued his parable and said, as God lives, who has taken away my judgment, and the Almighty who hath vexed my soul, all the while my breath is in me, the Spirit of God is in my nostrils, my lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. God forbid that I should justify you till I die. I will not remove my integrity from me. My righteousness I hold fast, and I will not let it go. My heart shall not reproach me as long as I live. Let mine enemy be as the wicked, and he that riseth up against me as the righteous. For what is the hope of the hypocrite, though he hath gained, when God taketh away his soul? Will God hear his cry when trouble cometh upon him? Will he delight himself in the Almighty? Will he always call upon God? I will teach you by the hand of God. That which is with the Almighty will I not conceal. Behold, all ye yourselves have seen it. Why then are you thus altogether vain? This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the inheritance of the oppressors, which they shall receive of the Almighty. If his children be multiplied, it is for the sword. His offspring shall not be satisfied with bread. Those that remain of him shall be burdened in death, and his widows shall not weep. Though he heap up silver as the dust, and prepare raiment as the clay, he shall prepare it, but the just shall put it on, and the innocent shall divide the silver. He buildeth his house as a moth, and as a booth that he keep that the keeper maketh. The rich man shall lie down, but he shall not be gathered. He openeth his eyes and is not. Terrors take hold on him as waters, and a tempest stealeth them away in the night. The east wind carrieth him away, and he departeth, and as a worm hurleth him out of his place. For God shall cast upon him and not spare. He should fain flee out of his hand. Men shall clap their hands at him, and shall hiss him out of his place. Surely there is a vein for the silver, and a place up for the gold, where they find it. Iron is taken up out of the earth, and brass is molten out of the stone. He setteth an end to the darkness, and searcheth out all perfection. The stones of the darkness, and the shadow of death. The flood breaketh out from the inhabitant, even the floods forgotten of the flood. They are dried up, they are gone away from men. As for the earth, out of it comes bread, and under it turns up as it were fire. The stones of it are the stones of sapphires, and at the dust of gold. There is a path where no fowl knows, in which the vulture's eye hath not seen. The lion's whelps have not trodden it, nor the fierce lion passed by it. He putteth forth his hand upon the rock, and he overturneth the mountains by the roots. He cutteth out rivers among the rocks, and his eye seeth every precious thing. He bindeth the floods from overflowing, and the thing that is hid bringeth he forth to light. Ooh, that's good right there. The things that are hid he brings to light.
Oh, praise God.
But there shall wisdom be found. But where shall wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of the living. The depth saith that is not in me, and the sea says it's not in me. It cannot be gotten for gold, neither does silver be weighed for the price thereof. It cannot be valued with the price of Ophir, with the precious onyx and the sapphire. The gold and the crystal cannot equal it, and the exchange of it shall not be for jewels of fine gold. No mention shall be made of coral or pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold. Whence then comes wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living, and is kept close from the fowls of the air. Destruction and death say, we have heard the fame thereof with our ears. God understands the way thereof, and he knoweth the place thereof, and he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven, to make the weight for the winds, and he weigheth the waters by measure. When he made a decree for the rain, and the way for the lightning of the thunder, then did he see it, and declare it. He prepared it, and yea, he searched it out. And to man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and depart from evil
It's not raining,
is
brother.
understanding.
You're good.
Is it going to rain later?
It's going to.
What time?
I'll check. Good thing we have it just in case if it does. So.
Is it going to rain all night?
Okay. I don't think it is though. It was saying like this afternoon.
Moreover, Job continued his parable and said, as God lives
No.
and takes away my judgment of the Almighty. Oh.
3-4 pick up a little bit again, and then we're.
Moreover, Job continued his parable and said, oh, that I were as in months past, in the days when God preserved me, when his candle shined upon my head, and when by his light he walked through darkness, as I was in the days of my youth. Then the secret of God.
We're good.
I washed my steps with butter, and the rocks poured out rivers of oil. When I went out of the gate, though the city, when I prepared my seat in the street, the young men saw me and hid themselves. The aged rose and stood up. The princes refrained talking and laid their hand on their mouth. The nobles held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to the roof of their mouth. When the ear heard me, then it blessed me. And when the eye saw me, it gave witness to me. Because I delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. I put on righteousness, and it clothed me. My judgment was as a robe and a diadem. I was eyes to the blind, and feet was I to the lame. I was as a father to the poor, and the cause which I knew not, and searched it out. I break the jaws of the wicked and pluck the spoil out of his teeth. Then I said, I will die in my nest, and I shall multiply my days as the sand, and my foot and my root was spread out by the waters, and the dew lay all night upon my branch. My glory was fresh in me, and my bow was renewed in my mouth. Unto me men gave ear, and waited, and kept silent at my counsel. After my words they spake not again. My speech dropped upon them. They waited for me for the rain, and they opened their mouth wide as for the latter rain. I laughed on them, and they believed it not. In the light of my countenance they cast not that. I chose out their way and sat chief, and dwelt as a king in the army, as one that comforteth the mourners. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock. Yea, whereto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age is perished. For want and famine they were solitary, fleeing in the wilderness in former time, desolate and waste. They cut up my mallows like by the bushes, and juniper roots for their meat. They were driven forth from among men. They cried after them as after a thief, to dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in the caves of the earth, and in the rocks. Among the bushes they brayed under the nettles. They were gathered together. They were children of fools, yea, children of base men. They were viler than the earth. And now am I in their song. Yea, I am their byword. They abhor me and flee far from me. And spare not to spit in my face. Because he hath loosed my cord and afflicted me, they have also let loose the bridle before me. Upon my right hand rise the youth. They push away my feet. They rise up against me, the ways of their destruction. They mar my path. They set forward my calamity. They have no helper. They came upon me as a wide breaking in of waters, and in the desolation they rolled themselves upon me. Terrors are turned upon me. They pursue my soul as the wind, and my welfare passeth away as the cloud. And now my soul is poured upon me. The days of affliction have taken hold upon me. My bones are pierced in me in the night season, and my sinews take no rest. By the great force of my disease is my garment changed, and it bindeth me about as the collar of my coat. He hath cast me into the mire, and I am like the dust and ashes. I cry unto thee, and thou dost not hear me. I stand up, and thou regardest me not. Thou art become cruel to me with thy strong hand, and thou opposeth thyself against me. Thou liftest me up to the wind, and thou causest me to ride upon it, and dissolvest my substance. For I know that thou wilt bring me to death, and to the house appointed for all living. Howbeit he will not stretch out his hand to the grave, though they cry in his destruction. Did not I weep for him that was at trouble, and was not my soul grieved for the poor? When I looked for good, then evil came unto me, and when I waited for light, there came darkness. My bowels boiled and rested not. The days of affliction prevented me. I went mourning without the sun. I stood up and cried in the congregation. I am a brother to dragons and a companion to owls. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat. My harp also is turned to mourning, and my organ into the voice of them that weep. I made a covenant with my eyes. Why then should I look upon a maid? For what portion of God is there from above, and what inheritance of the Almighty from on high? Is not a destruction to the workers, to the wicked, and a strange punishment to the workers of iniquity? Doth not he see my ways and count all my steps? If I have walked with vanity, or if my foot hath hastened to deceit, let me be weighed in an even balance, that God may know mine integrity. If my step hath turned out of the way, and my heart walked after mine eyes, and if my blot hath cleaved to my hands, then let me sow and another eat. Yea, let my offspring be rooted up. If mine heart have been deceived by a woman, or if I have laid wait at my neighbor's door, then let my wife grind to another, and let others bow down upon her. For this is a heinous crime, yea, it is iniquity to be punished by the judges. For it is a fire that consumeth to destruction, and would root up out all mine in increase. If I did despise the cause of my manservant or my maidservant, when they contend with me, what then shall I do when God riseth up, when he visiteth? What shall I answer him? Did not he that made me in the womb make him? And did not one fashion us in the womb? If I have withheld the poor from their desire, or if I have caused the eyes of the widow to fail, or have eaten my morsel myself alone, and the fatherless hath not eaten thereof, for from my youth he was brought up with as with a father. I have guided her from my mother's womb. If I seen any perish for want of clothing, or any poor without comfort, if his loins have not blessed me, if he were not warmed with the fleece of my sheep, if I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless, when I saw my help in the gate, then let mine arm fall from my shoulder blade, and mine arm shall be broken from the bone. For destruction from God was a terror to me, and by reason of his highness I could not endure. If I had made gold my hope, or if I said to the fine gold, thou art my confidence, if I rejoiced because my wealth was great, and because my hand had gotten much, if I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart was secretly enticed, or my mouth had kissed my hand, this also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge, for I should have denied the God that is above. If I rejoiced at the destruction of him that hated me, or lifted up my voice when evil found me, neither have I suffered my mouth to sin by wishing a curse to his soul. If the man of my tabernacle said not, oh, that we had his flesh, we cannot be satisfied. The stranger did not lodge in the street, but I opened my doors to the traveler. If I covered my transgressions as Adam, by hiding my iniquity in my bosom, did I fear a great multitude, or did the contempt of families terrify me, that I kept silence and went not out of the door? Oh, that one would hear me, behold, my desire is, that the Almighty would answer me, and that mine adversary had written a book. Surely I would take it upon my shoulder and bind it as a crown to me. I would declare unto him the number of my steps, as a prince would I go near to him. If my land cry against me, or that furrows likewise thereof complain, if I have eaten the fruits thereof without money, or have caused the owners thereof to lose their life, let thistles grow instead of wheat, and cockle instead of barley. The words of Job. So these three men ceased to answer Job, because he was righteous in his own eyes. Then was kindled the wrath of Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite, of the kindred of Ram. Against Job was his wrath kindled, because he justified himself rather than God. Also against his three friends was his wrath kindled, because they had found no answer, yet had condemned Job. Now Elihu had waited till Job had spoken, because they were elder than he. Then Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of these three men. Then his wrath was kindled. And Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite, answered and said, I am young, and ye are very old. Wherefore I was afraid, and durst not show you my opinion. I said, days should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment. Therefore I said, hearken to me, I will show my opinion. Behold, I waited for your words, I gave ear to your reasons, while you searched out what to say. Yea, I attended unto you, and behold, there is none of you that convinces Job, that answers his words. Lest you should say, we have found out wisdom. God trusteth him now, not man. Now he hath not directed his words against me, neither will I answer him with your speeches. They were amazed, they answered not, they left off speaking. When I had waited, they spake not, but stood still, and answered no more. And I said, I will not answer also my part, I also will show you my opinion. I am full of matter, the spirit within me constraineth me. Behold, my belly is as wine which hath no vent, it is ready to burst like new bottles. I will speak that I may be refreshed. I will open my lips and answer. Let me not, I pray you, accept any man's person, neither let me give flattering titles unto man. For I know not to give flattering titles. In so doing, my Maker shall soon take me away. Wherefore, Job, I pray, hear my speeches and hearken to my words. Behold, now I have opened my mouth, my tongue shall be spoken in my mouth. My word shall be of the uprightness of my heart, and my lips shall utter knowledge clearly. The Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty hath given me life. If thou canst answer me, set thy words in order before me, stand up. Behold, I am according to thy wish in God's stead. Hey, Roger.
Hey, how you doing,
How you
man?
doing, brother?
How you doing, bro?
We're going to get you in here. I'm going to finish a couple more verses. You're going to get in
Go
here.
ahead.
Behold, my terror shall not make thee afraid, neither shall my hand be heavy upon thee. Surely thou hast spoken in my hearing. I have heard the voice of thy words, saying, I am clean without transgression. I am innocent, neither is there any iniquity in me. Behold, he findeth occasions against me. He counteth upon me as his enemy. He putteth my feet in the stocks. He marketh all my paths. Behold, in this thou art not just. I will answer thee that God is greater than man. Why dost thou strive against him? For he giveth not account of any of his matters. For God speaketh once, yea, twice, yea, man perceiveth it not. In a dream and a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls upon man and slumberings upon the bed, then he opens the ears of men and seals their destruction, that he may withdraw man from his purpose and hide pride from man. Keepeth back his soul from the pit and his life from perishing by the sword. He chastened also with pain upon his bed, and the multitude of his bones with strong pain, so that in his life he abhors bread, and his soul dainty meat. His flesh is consumed away that it cannot be seen, and his bones that were not seen stick out. Yea, his soul draweth near unto the grave, and his life to the destroyers. If there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000, to show unto man his uprightness, then he is gracious unto him, and saith, deliver him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom. His flesh shall be fresher than a child's. He shall return to the days of his youth. He shall pray unto God, and he will be favorable unto him. He shall see his face with joy, for he will render unto man his righteousness. He looketh upon men, and if any say, I have sinned, and perverted that which is right, and it profiteth me not, he will deliver his soul from going down to the pit, and his life shall see the light. Lo, all these things worketh God oftentimes with man, to bring back his soul from the pit, to be enlightened in the light of the living. Mark well, O Job, hearken unto me, hold thy peace, and I will speak. If thou hast anything to say, answer me. Speak, for I desire to justify thee. If not, hearken unto me. Hold thy peace, and I will teach thee wisdom. Furthermore, Elihu answered and said, hear my words, O ye wise men, and give ear unto me, ye that have knowledge. For the ear tries the word, and the mouth tastes meat. Let us choose us to judgment. Let us choose to do judgment. Let us choose to us judgment. Let us know among ourselves what is good. For Job has said, I am righteous, and God hath taken away my judgment. Should I lie against my right? My wound is incurable without transgression. What man is like Job, who drinketh up the scorning like water, which goeth in company with the workers of iniquity, who walketh with wicked men? For he hath said, it profiteth a man nothing that he should delight himself with God. Therefore hearken unto me, ye men of understanding. Far be it from God that he should do wickedness, and from the Almighty that he should commit iniquity. The work of a man shall he render unto him, and cause every man to find according to his ways. Yea, surely God will not do wickedly, neither will the Almighty pervert judgment. Who hath given him a charge over the whole earth, or who hath disposed the whole world? If he set his heart upon man, or if he gather to him his spirit and his breath, all flesh shall perish together, and man shall turn again unto the dust. If now thou hast understanding, hear this. Hearken to the voice of my words. Shall even he that hateth right govern? Or wilt thou condemn him that is the most just? Is it fit to say to a king, thou art wicked, and to princes, ye are ungodly? How much less to them that accepteth not the persons of the princes, nor regardeth the rich more than the poor? For they are all of the work of his hands. In a moment shall they die, and the people shall be troubled at the midnight, and pass away, and the mighty shall be taken away without hand. For his eyes are upon the ways of man, and he seeth all his good. There is no darkness, nor shadow of death, for the workers of iniquity and hide themselves. For he will not lay upon man more than right, that he should enter into judgment with God. He shall break in pieces mighty men without number, and set others in their stead. Therefore he knoweth their work, and he overturneth them in the night, so that they are destroyed. He striketh them as the wicked men in the open sight of others, because they are turned back from him, and would not consider any of his ways. So that they cause the poor to cry to come unto him, and he heareth the cry of the afflicted. When he giveth quietness, who then can make trouble? And when he hideth his face, who can behold him? Whether it be done against a nation or against a man only, that the hypocrite reign not, lest the people be snared. Surely is it meet to be said unto God, I have borne chastisement, I will not offend any more. That which I see not, teach thou me. And if I have done iniquity, I will do no more. Should it be according to thy mind, he will recompense it, whether thou refuse or whether thou choose. And not I. Therefore speak, that thou knowest. Let man of understanding tell me, and let a wise man hearken unto me. Job hath spoken without knowledge, and his words were without wisdom. My desire is that Job may be tried unto the end because of his answers for wicked men. For he addeth rebellion unto his sin. He clappeth his hands among us, and multiplieth his words against God. Elihu spake moreover and said, Thinkest thou this to be right, that thou saidst, my righteousness is more than God's? For thou saidst, what advantage will it be unto me? And what profit shall I have if I be cleansed from my sin? I will answer thee, and thy complaint, and my companions with thee. Look unto the heavens and see, behold the clouds which are higher than thou. If thou sinnest, what doest thou against them? Or if thy transgressions be multiplied, what doest thou unto him? If thou be righteous, what givest thou him? Or what receivest he at thine hand? Thy wickedness may hurt a man as thou art, and thy righteousness may profit the Son of Man. By reason of the multitude of oppressions, they make the oppressed to cry. They cry out by reason of the arm of the Almighty. But none saith, where is God my Maker, who giveth songs in the night, who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and maketh us wiser than the fowls of heaven? There they cry, but none gives answer, because of the pride of evil men. Surely God will not hear vanity, neither will the Almighty regard him. Although thou sayest thou shalt not see him, yet judgment is before him. Therefore thou trustest him. But now, because it is not so, he hath visited his anger, he knoweth it not in great extremity. Therefore doth Job open his mouth in vain, and multiplieth words without knowledge. Elihu also proceeded and said, suffer me a little, and I will show you that I have yet to speak on God's behalf. I will fetch my knowledge from afar, and will ascribe righteousness to my Maker. For truly my word shall not be false. He that is perfect in knowledge is with me. And behold, God is mighty, and despiseth not any. He is mighty in strength and wisdom. He preserveth not the life of the wicked, and giveth right to the poor. He withdraweth not his eyes from the righteous, but with kings are they on the throne. Yea, he doth establish them forever, and they are exalted. And if they be bound in fetters, and be holden in cords of affliction, then he showeth them their work and their transgressions, that they have exceeded. And he openeth also their ear to discipline, and commandeth that they return from iniquity. If they obey and serve him, they shall spend their days in prosperity, and their years in pleasure. But if they obey not, they shall perish by the sword, and they shall die without knowledge. But the hypocrites in heart heap up wrath, and cry not when he bindeth them, and they die in youth, and their life is among the unclean. He delivereth the poor in his affliction, and opens his ears in oppression. Even so would he have removed thee out of the strait into a broad place, where there is no straightness. And that which should be set on the table should he be full of fatness. But thou hast fulfilled the judgment of the wicked, judgment and justice take hold of thee. Because there is wrath, beware, lest he take thee away with his stroke. And a great ransom cannot deliver thee. Will he esteem thy riches? No, not gold, nor the forces of strength. Desire not the night when men are cut off in their place. Take heed, regard not iniquity, for this is thou chosen rather than affliction. Behold, God exalteth by his power, and who teacheth? Who hath enjoined in his way? Who can say thou hast wrought iniquity? Remember that thou magnify his work which men behold. Every man may see it, and man may behold it afar off. Behold, God is great, and we know him not, neither can the number of his years be searched out. For he maketh small the drops of water, and pour down rain according to the vapor thereof, which the clouds do drop, and distill man abundantly. Also, can any understand the spreadings of the clouds, or noise of the tabernacle? Behold, he spreadeth his light upon it, and covereth the bottoms of the sea. For by them judges he the people. He giveth meat in abundance. With clouds he covereth the light, and commandeth it not to shine by the cloud that cometh betwixt. The noise thereof showeth concerning it, and the cattle also concerning the vapor. At this also my heart troubleth, and is moved out of his place. Hear attentively the voice, the noise of his voice, and the sound that goeth out of his mouth. He directeth under the whole heaven, and his lightning under the ends of the earth. After it a voice roars, and he thunders. With the voice of his excellency he will not stay them. When his voice is heard, God thundered marvelously. With his voice great things doth he, which we cannot comprehend. For he saith to the snow, Be thou on the earth. Likewise to the small rain, and to the great rain, and of his strength. He sealeth up the hand of every man, and that all the man may know his work. Then the beasts go into dens, and remain in their places. Out of the south cometh the whirlwind, and cold out of the north. But by the breath of God frost is given, and the breath of the waters is straightened. Also by watering he wearieth the thick cloud, he scattereth his bright cloud, and it turned round about by his counsels, that they may do whatsoever he commandeth them upon the earth, in the face of the world and the earth. He causeth it to come, whether for correction, or for land, or for mercy. Hearken unto me, O Job, stand still and consider the wondrous works of God. Dost thou know when God disposed them, or causeth the light of his cloud to shine? Dost thou know the balancing of the clouds, and the wondrous works of him that is perfect in knowledge? How thy garments are warm when he quieteth the earth by the south wind? Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as the molten looking glass? Teach us, what shall we say unto him? For we cannot order our speech by reason of darkness. Shall it be told him that I speak? And if a man speak, surely he shall be swallowed up. And now men see not the bright light, which is in the clouds, but the wind passeth and cleanseth it. Fair weather cometh out of the north, with God his terrible majesty. Touching the Almighty, we cannot find him out. He is excellent in power and in judgment and in plenty of justice. He will not afflict. Men do therefore fear him. He respecteth not any that are wise of heart.
Want to go?
I want,
Oh yeah, Roger's just in the bathroom. He'll come back right now. Yeah, he'll read.
I'm going to read 38.
The only thing is he speaks. I don't know if he reads. I don't know.
Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measure thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of men shouted for joy? Or who shut up the sea with doors when it brake forth, or if it had issue out of the womb? When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness as a swaddling band for it, and brake up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors, and said, Hitherto shalt thou come, and no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the day spring to know his place, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it? It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea, or hast thou walked in the search of the death? Have the gates of death been opened unto thee, or hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Hast thou perceived the breath of the earth? Declare if you know it all. Where is the way where light dwells? God's like, tell me if you really, he's that smart.
Yeah, amen.
He's got attitude here a little bit. Tell me if you know it at all.
Roger's ready, brother.
Where is the way where the light dwells? Hey, do you read English or Spanish? Okay, do you have a Spanish Bible with you?
Yeah.
Why don't you read Job 38, starting in 18?
Oh, yeah, he has it right there. Okay.
Read Job 38 through 18 through the end of Job. Okay? We got a special treat. Brother Roger is going to read in Spanish Job.
Praise God.
Brother Roger's going to read Spanish, okay?
Job 38, what was it?
Spanish. Job 38, 18.
Praise God. Then if he's gonna, we could just probably.
This is a special treat.
I was gonna just change it to whatever. ¿Quieres sentar? ¿Quieres sentar? Or you can stand?
I understand you read
No, just read. No, just read, just read.
Okay.
No, you're just going to read, brother.
No, because as long as it's.
Stand up.
Yeah, sí puede.
I can move the camera up.
You're good. Está bien así, bro. Oh, actually, look, it's good.
Oh, it's actually fine. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's good.
Speak a little loudly.
No, he's good. Just stand right here, Roger. Okay.
What a treat. Roger's going to read.
Okay.
Let me know when.
Está bien. Ya están. Yes.
Job 38:18 dice: ¿Has considerado tú hasta las anchuras de la tierra? Declara si sabes todo esto. ¿Por dónde va el camino a la habitación de la luz? ¿Y dónde está el lugar de las tinieblas? Para que lleves a sus límites y entiendas las sendas de tu casa. Tú lo sabes, pues entonces ya habías nacido y es grande el número de tus días. ¿Has entrado tú en los tesoros de la nieve? ¿O has visto los tesoros del granizo que tengo reservados para el tiempo de angustia, para el día de la guerra y de la batalla? ¿Por qué camino se reparte la luz y se esparce el viento solano sobre la tierra? ¿Quién repartió conducto al turbión y camino a los relámpagos y truenos, haciendo llover sobre la tierra deshabitada, sobre el desierto donde no hay hombre, para saciar la tierra desierta e inculta, y para hacer brotar la tierna hierba. ¿Tiene la lluvia padre? ¿O quién engendró las gotas del rocío? ¿De qué vientre salió el hielo? Y la escarcha del cielo, ¿quién la engendró? ¿De qué las aguas se endurecen a manera de piedra y se congela la faz del abismo? ¿Podrás tú atar los lazos de las Pléyades o desatarás las ligaduras de Orión? ¿Sacarás tú a su tiempo las constelaciones de los cielos o guiarás a la osa mayor con sus hijos? ¿Supiste tú las ordenanzas de los cielos? ¿Dispondrás tú de su potestad en la tierra? ¿Alzarás tú a las nubes tu voz para que te cubra muchedumbre de aguas? ¿Enviarás tú los relámpagos para que ellos vayan? ¿O te dirán ellos, henos aquí? ¿Quién puso la sabiduría en el corazón? ¿O quién dio al espíritu inteligencia? ¿Quién puso por cuenta los cielos con sabiduría? Y los odres de los cielos, ¿quién los hace inclinar? Cuando el polvo se ha convertido en dureza y los terrones se han pegado unos con otros, cazarás tú la presa para el león, saciarás el hambre de los leoncillos cuando están echados en las cuevas o se están en sus guaridas para acechar. ¿Quién prepara al cuervo su alimento cuando sus polluelos claman a Dios y andan errantes por falta de comida?
¿Ya están?
Me dijo hasta el final del 30.
Ok, si quieren hacer más.
Sí.
Si quieren, sí, claro que sí, claro. Oh, ya, claro que sí. Quieren, go until ya no pueden más. Ya, no pueden más.
¿Sabes tú el tiempo en que paren las cabras monteses? ¿O miraste tú las ciervas cuando están pariendo? ¿Contaste tú los meses de su preñez y sabes el tiempo cuando han de parir? Se encorvan, hacen salir sus hijos, pasan sus dolores, sus hijos se fortalecen, crecen con el pasto, salen y no vuelven a ella. ¿Quién echó libre al asno montés y quién soltó sus ataduras? Al cual yo puse en la soledad y sus moradas. En lugares estériles se burla de la multitud de la ciudad. No oye las voces del arriero. Lo oculto de los montes es su pasto y anda buscando toda cosa verde. ¿Querrá el búfalo servirte a ti o quedar en tu pesebre? ¿Atarás tú al búfalo con coyunda para el surco? ¿Labrará los valles en pos de ti? ¿Confiarás tú en él por ser grande su fuerza y le fiarás tu labor? ¿Fiarás de él para que recoja tu semilla y la junte en tu era? ¿Diste tú hermosas alas al pavo real o alas y plumas al avestruz, el cual desampara en la tierra sus huevos y sobre el polvo los calienta y olvida que el pie los puede pisar y que puede quebrarlos? La bestia del campo se endurece para con sus hijos como si yo no fuesen suyos, no temiendo que su trabajo haya sido en vano, porque le privó Dios de sabiduría y no le dio inteligencia. Luego que se levanta en alto, se burla del caballo y de su jinete. ¿Diste tú al caballo la fuerza? ¿Vestiste tú su cuello de crines ondulantes? ¿Le intimidarás tú como a la langosta El resoplido de su nariz es formidable. Escarba la tierra, se alegra de su fuerza. Sale al encuentro de las armas. Hace burla del espanto y no teme, ni vuelve el rostro delante de la espada. Contra él suena la aljaba, el hierro de la lanza y de la jabalina. Y él con ímpetu y furor escarba la tierra, sin importarle el sonido de la trompeta. Antes como que dice entre los clarines, ¡ea! Y desde lejos huele la batalla, el grito de los capitanes y el vocerío. Vuela el gavilán por tu sabiduría y extiende hacia el sur sus alas. Se remonta el águila por tu mandamiento y pone en alto su nido. Ella habita y mora en la peña, en la cumbre del peñasco y de la roca. Desde allí acecha la presa. Sus ojos observan de muy lejos. Sus polluelos chupan la sangre y donde hubiere cadáveres, allí ella está. Además respondió Jehová a Job y dijo, es sabiduría contener con el Omnipotente, y qué disputa con Dios responda a esto. Entonces respondió Job a Dios y le dijo, he aquí yo soy vil, ¿qué te responderé? Mi mano pongo sobre mi boca. Una vez hablé, mas no responderé. Aún 2 veces, mas no volveré a hablar. Respondió el Señor Dios a Job desde el torbellino y dijo, cíñete ahora como varón tus lomos. Yo te preguntaré y tú me responderás. ¿Invalidarás tú también mi juicio? ¿Me condenarás a mí para justificarte tú? ¿Tienes tú un brazo como el de Dios y truenas con voz como la suya? Adórnate ahora de majestad y de alteza y vístete de honra y de hermosura. Derrama el ardor de tu ira, mira a todo altivo y abátelo. Mira a todo soberbio y humíllalo. Y quebranta a los impíos en su sitio. Encúbrelos a todos en el polvo, encierra sus rostros en la oscuridad. Y yo también te confesaré que podrás salvarte tu diestra. He aquí ahora Behemoth, el cual hice como a ti. Hierba come como buey. He aquí ahora que su fuerza está en sus lomos y su vigor en los músculos de su vientre. Su cola mueve como un cedro y los nervios de sus muslos están entretejidos. Sus huesos son fuertes como bronce y sus miembros como varas de hierro. Él es el principio de los caminos de Dios. El que lo hizo puede hacer que su espada a él se acerque. Ciertamente los montes producen hierba para él, y toda bestia del campo retosa allá. Se echará debajo de las sombras, en lo oculto de las cañas y en los lugares húmedos. Los árboles sombríos lo cubren con su sombra, los sauces del arroyo lo rodean. He aquí sale de madre el río, pero él no se inmuta. Tranquilo está, aunque todo un Jordán se estrelle contra su boca.
Are you in Psalms? Are you in Psalms? No, she's still in Job.
Oh, he's. Oh, okay.
Lo tomará alguno cuando está vigilante y horodará su nariz. You want to read Psalms?
Yeah, well, we're going to restart the stream and you can do Psalms. Yeah. We're going to restart the stream.
Go ahead and take your phone back, Matt.
So,
and then
praise
I'll-
God, we're ending the stream and then we're going to restart another one, brothers and sisters. So, just let you know.
That way you can get access to your phone too. And I'll put my